the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
On a motion made by trustee Conley and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the agenda was approved unanimously. Now we will move on to item 2 for review and discussion. And I am wondering, Dr. Rudolph, I don't see it on the agenda, but do we have a time for committee members to make comments on items that are not on the... No, we don't, oh, not for a special meeting. Okay, thank you for clarifying the procedure. So item 2A, the study session on enrollment lotteries. And I believe Megan Henderson will be presenting.
President Blakely, yes. I am wondering if the raised hand is regarding the agenda item, because we can take public comment on agenda.
Thank you for pointing that out. I'm sorry, I'm having a little Zoom challenge here. Oh, okay, so down at the bottom, there's a raised hand. Thank you. So before we get started, Ms. Henderson, I see that there is one hand raised. Thank you, Trustee Conley, for pointing this out to me. And so will the person on the phone, whom I believe is Mr. Nelson, please unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you, former President Conley, for bringing that item of a Brown Act violation to the attention of the new president. By the way, there also is a small Brown Act violation. This meeting is not on the button for current agenda. It's the past item from past Thursdays that's on that. So please have your staff realize that they need to update that too if they want to stay in compliance with the Brown Act. Your current agenda is really about complexity of enrollment lotteries, but it depends if the goal is to confuse the poor and less educated minority language parents. If you really want Spanish language parent participation on this issue, why is there no Spanish language translation of the presentation document? Where is the simultaneous Spanish language audio? Explicit desegregation goals. Free transportation. Those are important items of why you would even do and have enrollment lotteries. Where are these 2 items, the goals and the free transportation, on this agenda? Where are they on the board majority's agenda? By your effective exclusion of Spanish language parents, both here and now, it makes your inattention to the needs of these explicitly clear. Stevenson's segregation of SED Hispanic kids is clear. By the numbers, by the trend of numbers, by the effective exclusion of Spanish-speaking poor parents that this meeting, your meeting, represents. So think about it. The surveys that have been done of parents who feel excluded from the Stevenson enrollment process and the Stevenson community have made themselves clear. Your director of equity has explained what these surveys of the parents have shown. You're continuing this exclusion by how you're running this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Traducción en español sí es disponible. Dr. Rudolph, can you please read? Apologies for overlooking the... oh, we don't have, okay. Traducción sí es disponible y si quiere escuchar en español, busque hay un globo.
I got to click on
el
globo de la pantalla.
¿Es en la parte arriba o inferior? No lo veo acá. Inferior. Ok, hay un globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla y haga clic y puede escuchar en español. Gracias a todos que vinieron hoy. Okay, now, Ms. Henderson, please, we would love to hear what you have to say on enrollment lotteries.
Great. Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Oh, good morning, everybody. Happy New Year. Going to go ahead and minimize this window here so I can access my presentation materials. Okay, so a couple things I want to share. First and foremost is what is in front of you. We are going to have a lot of information today, right? It's very complex. So I want to always ground us in a couple of these questions so that when we get into those really the minutia, that we're always thinking about considering what's right for our district. And starting to kind of grapple with some of these questions. So if you do look here, I'm just going to go over those questions briefly. Considering the student population.
Ms. Henderson, is it possible to put those on the screen for anybody who's viewing?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. So considering the demographics of the student population now, but then thinking into the future, considering the demographics in 5 years, considering the demographics in 10 years, what are the trends in our enrollments? How does this impact the way we craft policy? Because we want to be thinking about not just what is going to make a difference tomorrow, but really in the long term, especially when we think about crafting policy. And so we will be thinking about, of course, short-term goals, but we also want to be thinking about long-term goals and how the decisions we make are going to impact enrollment in the future. And then as we look for future growth too, which we've talked about as a district, what kind of integration are we looking for in our schools? And how does this impact the way we craft policy for this particular enrollment lottery? And finally, what kind of flexibility do we want? Considering that shifting demographics can happen in 1 year, it can happen in 2, it can happen in 5. How flexible do we want our policies to be able to be to the shifting demographics? So when we go over all that stuff today, just some things to keep in mind. So this slide will come up. I might not be.
She's not sure it's right.
Do I have to do this? Sorry, trustees.
Technical difficulties always abound.
It's a steep learning curve.
For the benefit of the people listening in, we have a hard copy of some of these minimized, and we're making sure that we're sharing screen so that you can see what
The
we're
student
looking
is right here. Right here. Just press that button right there. Oh, okay. I know how to do that.
Apparently not. Maybe part of this.
Okay, so hopefully everybody can see all of the information. Okay. So our goals today is to explore the research, obviously, related to meaningful integration of choice programs, explore the multiple lottery designs, which there are many. So a couple examples would be tiered lotteries, weighted lotteries, quotas, and extra entries. Explore which of the student demographics can or should be considered within a lottery. Explore examples of how other districts in our community are handling enrollment lotteries. And then finally discuss what kind of outside supports will be necessary to execute and communicate these changes to our community. So this particular issue was presented with us in Equity Challenge. This slide has been kind of repeated after every presentation regarding this topic. But our goal is to obviously diminish any underrepresentation of our underserved populations at our choice schools while considering the complexity, the legal, the social, logistical, the fiscal implications. And when we say underserved populations in our particular district, what we're really saying is particularly with regards to students who are classified as English learners and were socioeconomically disadvantaged. That might look different in other districts, but for ours, this is really what we mean. Of course, this is our work on this topic is directly related to the strategic plan. So equitable distribution of resources and support to promote student success. And we want to ensure, of course, that facilities, and this is part of goal 5, are that we think about the equitable allocation of resources that serve all students. And then in goal area 3, when we're considering inclusive and supportive cultures at our schools and district-wide, we want to, of course, expand stakeholders' access to systems and strategies to support student learning. Here are the current demographics that were pulled as of October 29th of this year, 2020, of last year, 2021. And here we have the 2 choice schools with total enrollment. With foster placement, that's the number of students. For our students who are unhoused, we have the number and we also have the percentage of population given that particular school. FRPL is, of course, for your reduced price lunch, both the count and the percentage. Our students designated as English learners, both the count and the percentage of the population. And our students who have been reclassified or RFEP'd, the count and the percentage. We also looked at race and ethnicity. So just under that, you'll see the following categories for both of our choice programs. Again, you'll see the total enrollment, our Hispanic Latino students, and a percentage of the school population that they represent, our Asian students, white students, Black or African American students, and students of multiple races. So we've gone over these demographics before, right? But obviously they're part of the reason that we're here is because we want to make sure that given the disproportionality that we see, that we're ensuring equitable access to all of our families. Trustees, do you find any reason to spend more time on the demographics page? Okay. One thing we wanted to look at was that if we eliminated the concept of choice, right, and we just had neighborhood school assignments, where would students in our choice school programs be assigned to, right, depending on where they live? And so for Stevenson Elementary School, you can see that a majority, well, not a majority, but the highest percentage comes from Therakoff. So it's families who obviously live in the area, considering that Therakoff is in close proximity to Stevenson. So from that, we can determine that proximity is absolutely top of mind for our families when they're thinking about where to place their students. But of course, you've got Vargas, you've got Manilova, so they are coming from all over the district. But the cluster there, you can see, is pretty consistent also across the 3 enrollment years. And the numbers haven't jumped wildly for any of the schools. So pretty consistent. And for Mistral, we did the same thing. And you'll find similarly that it's pretty consistent across the 3 years. Majority coming from Castro. So again, you could determine the proximity is again at top of mind for those families when they're considering where to send their students. 37%, 36%, 38%. What's interesting about this though is that there is kind of a close second, and that's Landals. But again, you could determine proximity as an important factor. And then we wanted to look at the sibling preference in particular and how that's affecting enrollment. So we wanted to look, of course, at our choice programs, but we also wanted to compare it to neighborhood schools to see if there were any stark contrasts or big differences. So for Stevenson, you can see that the percentage of siblings in kindergarten went from 36% to 51% to 56%. Now it is to be noted that there were a shift in how many classes were available to kindergartners. And I believe it was the second year for 1 year. So they added a class. So obviously you see the jump there. The jump, of course, has maintained though. It's also gotten a little bit bigger. And then percentage of siblings in 1 through 8. So obviously Stevenson has higher retention of students. And then for Mistral, there's the siblings in kindergarten, siblings in 1st through 5th grade, that would be. But then we wanted to compare it to neighborhood schools, so we chose Castro, and we also chose Imai. As you can see, it's not hugely different, right? Because obviously proximity is really important to parents, and families want to keep their kids together, right? But it is interesting to note, and I think it's an important part of our discussion to look at how the sibling preference, especially if we're looking at kind of the nuances of enrollment lotteries, how that will affect future enrollment. And of course, the lives and lived experiences of our families. So we wanted to look at the wait list as well. So for Stevenson, there's quite a big wait list in compared to Mistral, where there's not much of a wait list. I think there's maybe there's a wait list for 1 grade currently at Mistral. I think it's either 2nd or 3rd grade. For Stevenson, however, there is and has been for the past few years quite a big wait list, with kindergarten totaling 49 people on the wait list, or 49 pupils, 55% of which are Asian, 10% of which are Hispanic Latino, 35% of which are white. For ELA status, we have English only at 51%. 43% to be decided because they're incoming kinders, right? So if we were to determine EL status, it'd be really difficult at that point to determine English learners, because of course they'd have to be matriculated and assessed.
So it looks like in our handout, we don't have the paper list for Castro, Mistral wait list.
The Mistral wait list is, there's only, I think, 3 people on the wait list,
Okay.
or 3 pupils. And for socioeconomically disadvantaged, it was actually unable to be determined because they haven't matriculated. So that's also one of the complexities that we're going to be talking about today, is what kind of information can we get in enough time to make enrollment decisions? So that's going to be something that pops up right away, but will also be kind of one of those lingering things that we'll be talking about. And the enrollment zone, you can see it's pretty consistent with what we looked at. 27% of those are on the Landals, Vargas 18%, Mount Loma 16%. And for 1st grade, that's actually the largest kind of pool of people on the wait list. It drops off at 2nd grade. Parents have reported in previous focus groups that there's a sentiment, right, that kindergarten is your best chance to get into a choice program, especially at Stevenson, because there's high retention, right, in other grades. So students return year after year, so it becomes less and less likely in that effect. Okay. Trustees, do you find any reason to linger on the wait list analysis? Okay.
I was just going to ask, I should have asked you at the beginning of the meeting, but since this is a study session, I didn't know if people wanted to like pause every so often, like you're doing now, to ask
Absolutely.
questions instead of waiting till the end. So if anybody has questions, please let Ms. Henderson know.
Absolutely.
I have a question. When we look at the wait lists, what is this, when you think about the historical data of our wait lists, like, are there any trends for either of the schools in terms of, this has sort of been consistent over the years, this is what our wait lists has looked like. Has there been any changes?
It's pretty consistent.
Yes. You can come here, Dr. Bell. He's saving me from standing up there all day.
The wait list is pretty consistent. We've known for a couple of years that Stevenson tends to draw from the Faircroft crowd, or sort of the northern part of the city, whereas Mistral tends to draw from sort of the Castro City central part of the city, as well as the southern part.
Because I'm also thinking about the numbers. So if Mistral has a wait list of 3, historically, has that sort of been the trend that the numbers are so low? Do we know that information?
Yeah, so Mistral has, at least since I've been here, had a higher attrition rate than Stevenson. And typically, because it's a little bit more specialized and parents have to go in looking for an opportunity for dual immersion, that tends to play a role. In years past, there also were the previous principal wanted to administer in a Spanish language test, which also sort of would sort of depress the number of individuals that applied. And then the last thing, which we've changed probably in 2016 or 2017, was that parents were allowed to apply to both schools at the exact same time. And we felt like that diluted the individuals that are actually interested in going to Mistral, because we sort of viewed it as a parent was choosing a school, not because they were interested in the program, but more because they were trying to get out of another school, specifically Faircroft, Castro, and Castro not so much because they tend to go to Mistral, but Faircroft and Montalona.
There's also been a declining enrollment at Mistral over the last 3 years.
Just to clarify what you just said, Dr. Rudolph, is there no longer, it used to be that you could not transfer into Mistral after it was either first or second grade unless you had some exposure to both languages. Do we not have that criteria anymore?
No one at both schools, no one really gets in after, and unless you've had previous experience. It's really more important at Mistral than it is at Stevenson, just because of the language barriers that sort of exist. But we have had students who have gotten in, who are transferred from another dual immersion program, either within the state or from out of state. But typically they are, assessed to see sort of where their ability is before they move on. It's rare that you see anybody enter Mistral after the second grade. And that's also one of the things that sort of shifted as part of the conversation about moving to a 50-50 model. It was to help with attrition, because what we started noticing is in third grade, Latino parents would start getting concerned that their kids did not learn enough English in order to master the CAS assessment. And so they will pull them out and put them in Castro. So that's at least slowed down the attrition rate. But it's, not many parents, because Mistral is so specialized, not many parents actually choose to try and enter Mistral unless they're a native speaker or unless they come from a current program.
And one other thing, historically, at least, I know there was a drop off and it was easier to transfer into the Stevenson PACT program in like 4th and 5th grade. And I don't know if it's that parents left or when you go from, 360 to 1, I don't know that there was more slots. Is that still the case or is that no longer?
No, so at Stevenson Elementary, because it has such a high matriculation rate, and parents rarely leave, it tends to have the highest class sizes in 4th and 5th grade compared to all the other schools. And that's just because you start off with, I think we have 1 year where we have 4, it's sort of moving through the bubble now. We opened up as a way, this is before we guaranteed a spot at home schools. We opened up a 4th kinder in order to relieve the pressure at the neighborhood schools to allow every single kid to attend the neighborhood school that wanted to. As a result of that, we have this bubble that's moving through. And so you have 4 you have it'd be 100 kids, and they're going to move. They start getting pinched as they go the fourth and fifth, and so we've seen class sizes at Stevenson, and you've seen this at a couple other schools more frequently at Stevenson, where you'll see a class size of 33 to 36 in the fourth and fifth grade, compared to the other schools, which may tend to function around the 30s.
Okay, it sounds like the historical trend is over of having more slots at those grades.
Right.
I'll just note at one point in the past, Mistral had a larger wait list. So I know when I applied for my son, which would have been January 2017 for that 2017-18 school year, maybe 2018. There were at least 14 children on the wait list for kindergarten. It could have been more, but I knew somebody personally who was number 14 on the wait list and never got in. So there has been a shift there. There used to be, I think, more demand for the school.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments?
Sorry, back to you, Dr. or Ms. Henderson.
Anything else, Dr. Riddle? Okay, so in front of you, you've got now the enrollment priorities for choice schools. And one thing I want to note right away is that this is considered a tiered lottery. And if you think about tiers, right, it's kind of like they're similar to steps, right? And so you have a criteria at each step. And each step is kind of its own finite information. So when we talk more about like the complexity of lotteries and all the different options, just know that we do have a tiered lottery, and I'll go back and kind of re-explain our current lottery priorities and how they function when we look at how they could function differently, kind of in a different way. So obviously for the first priority are students who reside in the district who were enrolled in the same program prior to the school, in the prior school year. So any student who attends one of our choice programs obviously has first preference, right, to continue enrollment in that program. And then the second priority is children of salaried employees who were enrolled in the same program during the prior school year. And then students from interdistrict transfers who were enrolled in the same program during the prior school year. So essentially priorities 1 through 3 are students that were already in the program, even though they're delineated, right, by where they came from originally. The fourth priority is where we really see kind of a shift, right, in the facilitation of the lottery. So students who live in the district who have siblings enrolled in the program during the prior school year. That's the fourth priority. Fifth is children of salaried district employees, site-specific, who live within the district and are new to the program. Sixth is children of salaried district employees, site-specific, interdistrict transfers who are new to the program. 7, children of salaried district employees live within the district and are new to the program. 8, children of salaried district employees not site-specific, interdistrict transfers, and are new to the program, don't live in the district. And then 9, all other students who live in the district and are new to the program. And 10, all other students who are interdistrict transfers and are new to the program.
Question.
Yes.
So I don't know if this is a specialized term, salaried district employees. What's the difference between a salaried district employee and a district employee?
So, Dr. Rowe, if you can jump in, but we have district employees who are obviously hourly or contractors who wouldn't qualify. But our certificated, like our teachers would be considered salaried employees.
So does that mean that classified staff don't have the same right to access through this tiered system right now? They do. Okay.
But it's just like somebody who does noon duty 3 hours a week, right? That wouldn't allow them to get there. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So one thing I want to note too is that in a tiered lottery, the way that this functions is really the first one that you qualify for is the one that's really going to determine when you get in, right? So it's not a cumulative thing. So it's not how many categories do I belong to, rather which category do I belong to that comes up first. And that's really how a tiered lottery system functions. Any other questions on our enrollment priorities currently? Okay. So we've done some work already regarding this topic, of which I know you all are aware. So the pre-engagement tactics were to obviously bring up the topic to one of our choice schools, Stevenson, at the superintendent's coffee in October 2020, meetings with Stevenson Pact, which is the parent foundation group, and then equity group that was established by the school. So the school has their own working equity group. And then to initiate the choice school inquiry, not only with myself, right, in all of the research and all of the data collection, but also with Hanover Research Group. And if you remember, there was a board presentation on equitable access to choice schools, which was a meta-analysis. So they took all of the information from choice schools and magnet schools really at large, right, and distilled it for us so that we could understand the larger scope of enrollment practices and priorities and how disproportionality happens in choice and magnet programs. After that, there was some school and community engagement through thought exchange with Stevenson parents, which informed the focus group questions, because the focus groups came next. So we had parent engagement with focus groups, we had staff engagement with focus groups, the leadership team engagement, and then of course there was a synthesis of all of that rich qualitative data. And then also there's an ongoing bi-monthly one-on-one that I have with Principal Santiago to talk about, all of the other things that come up on a day-to-day basis, particularly with families regarding this issue. So it's just that open dialogue and open channel. And then of course, board engagement. You had a Board of Trustees presentation about the focus group analysis, all of that information, and then the timeline and other ramifications. It was November of 2021.
Sorry, I have a question.
Of course.
So my question, actually, sorry to go back, was about this tiered lottery real quick. I just
Yes.
realized I did have a question. I don't want to move on before I
It's
ask.
okay. No.
Is this lottery system used equally at both schools? And the reason I'm asking is because I feel like I remember when I was considering applying for Mistral in, gosh, what was Lily's first? This was 6 years ago now. Because it's the dual immersion. I think there's always a goal, an objective of having sort of a balance, with native language speakers and non-native language speakers. Were there sort of two sort of groups that they were pulling from, or were all the students sort of going into that same bucket, and then we're doing the lottery from that same group of?
Yeah, it is the same. It's really important, obviously, to have consistency and also transparency with the exact tiers and qualifications. I think we've gotten really lucky.
Yes.
Right, at the choice schools, that we've met our goals at Mistral specifically of that language immersion and having both native and non-native speakers. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm not clear with that answer. So you've got an entering kindergarten parent, or two entering kindergarten parents. One is native Spanish speaker, one is native English speaker. And you're trying to achieve 50-50 parity, in the school. So when each of those parents applies, one of them is going to contribute towards parity and the other is not, perhaps. So if you're looking for maybe more English speaking parents, you want more English speaking kindergarten enrollees, and if you want more Spanish speaking, So to Trustee Berman's question, do each of those parents have an equal chance to get into the school, or are they sorted at enrollment lottery, and one has a better chance to get in than the other.
No, the chance is determined by this policy. So there's no other factors aside from this policy that are directly considered.
Okay, so there's no way in the lottery to try to achieve 50-50 parity?
Not this current iteration. So, and that's what I mean when I say we've gotten lucky, right? Which is that it's not necessarily intentional according to the policy, although the intention is there obviously for the health and development of the program, but this policy doesn't account for it.
I have a question about the timeline and talking about the data collection. So when we met in October and discussed this, there was an emphasis on an upcoming root cause analysis, but it was described as being a collaborative process that would get more input from community stakeholders. And I know we had a lot of emails about people wanting to participate in that root cause analysis who might not have been part of focus groups. How has that process progressed and that further community input before we came to today?
That's a good question. So because of obviously everything going on with COVID, right? Processes have been delayed. And we also wanted to give the board a chance to dive into the particulars of enrollment lotteries so that they could also learn about the complexity of the process. But per board direction, we could definitely explore a continuation of that timeline.
So if you remember, some of the root cause analysis were things like transportation that were identified earlier, the way that the schools were advertised, those types of things. And so with some of them, like the way that schools are advertised, I know that they've been doing a lot of work for those. But for things like transportation, we're really waiting on board direction to understand sort of what are some of the approaches that we have. Because not every root cause that was identified is necessarily an issue that involves a particular school. Is an issue that involves like a larger swath of individuals.
Now that makes sense to me. I remember we were talking about things, for example, like after school programming, access to aftercare.
Right. So the board is going to have to make a determination as to whether or not you want to allocate funds for after school. We know that it is a possible barrier, but the ultimate decision as we move into the budget for after school programs is for the board to make a determination as to whether or not that's where they want to allocate funds.
Right, but has that root cause analysis been done with community input and is used to inform the things that we decide today?
No,
because it was not done in October.
So this is about the enrollment priorities.
Okay.
Right. And so the other issues have to come up as we go.
Okay.
But after school isn't one of those conversations that we would have with Stevenson, because as we talked about earlier, if you discuss after school, it would be, even I would argue that after school should not just be at one specific site. The conversation should be after school at multiple sites. Mm-hmm. And so I think as we get our results back, or as we see, because we're running the after school program right now, as we see the impact of that, I think the board will be able to have a more informed decision about whether or not things like that come into play. But things that were very site specific, those conversations have been ongoing.
And just, clarifying for myself, when we're talking about enrollment priorities and these lists, we're talking about both choice schools today and the success of both programs, not just Stevenson.
Correct. So whatever decisions you make impact both choice schools.
Okay.
And you could make a determination that you only want paid after school programming at those schools. But I think, schools like Montaloma, which also have a higher free and reduced lunch, or Lando's, which is one of our larger schools, would also appreciate the nod that if you're going to add after school, that they get that they're included too, because their free and reduced lunch population is a lot greater than that of Stevenson. And in the case of Landals versus Stevenson, Landals is so much larger in terms of the number of students. Right. So I think those are just the considerations that we just need to take into place. But things like how we market schools, right, and sort of understand that. I know that Principal Santiago has been working on that. And then we've also made adjustments based off of the feedback that we gathered about how we do enrollment, which is starting right now. We've made some changes into that. So for instance, we no longer do paper forms. We have them all filled out, and we no longer create email addresses for people. We ask them to use the actual one because that we notice that becomes a barrier. So it's like those types of things we have been working on piece by piece. And we're just, as time goes on, we'll keep rebuilding the full puzzle and putting it back together.
Thank you.
I'm sure everybody's sick of this metaphor because it's used a lot, but the Swiss cheese metaphor, right? So this today is really one slice of multiple slices of Swiss cheese in terms of this particular issue, like transportation being another slice, right? Community perception being another slice, things like that.
Yeah, I think all of those things are top in mind because the materials that we were given to read, they're not just lottery priorities. They have a lot of other issues they cover.
Absolutely. Speaking of all of the materials, that was a good segue. So obviously there are a lot of academic benefits of integrated education for our students. And when we say integration, of course, we're thinking about any disproportionalities that we're facing in our district. The research is clear that integration is really important in our schools, and it provides a benefit to all students, right? Regardless of any social factors like race and ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or native language. So for all students, you see typically a higher achievement, right, in math, science, language, and reading across the board. An increase in the school climate. So it's important for school climate, for supportive learning and studying environment. It actually increases the likelihood of students graduating from high school. So it increases that rate altogether across the board, and entering and graduating from college. It correlates with a higher income and educational attainment for students in integrated schools, and increases access to highly qualified teachers and leaders who are less likely to transfer to other schools. And of course, enhanced classroom discussion and more advanced social and historical thinking. So I don't think anybody, of course, is not in agreement, right? That it's something that we obviously value and we want to work towards. And then there's a lot of social benefits too. So reducing prejudice, negative attitudes, and stereotypes, right? It's the development and sustaining of cross-cultural, multilingual relationships, increasing positive relationships and friendships across racial lines, improved critical thinking and problem skills, of course, with the introduction of multiple perspectives, increasing civic participation and a diverse global economy, and more likely for students to hold jobs in integrated workplaces and be successful in integrated workplaces as adults. There's been some guidance from the United States Department of Education and the Department of Justice regarding the use specifically of race to achieve diversity. So that guidance was given out by the Obama administration, had since been rescinded by the Trump administration, and is currently under review by the Biden administration. But that guidance, right, essentially gives us more information on how and when to use race as a characteristic for integration in schools. And what I mean by that is, what information do we use? And specifically in this meeting that we find ourselves, how do we use that information to shape our lottery, right? What information do we ask parents, and then how does that contribute to the lottery? Typically, or generally, what the guidance has been, right, is that you can use race as a contributing factor, but only under certain circumstances. And that's where the kind of the complexity grows. So generally there's a mindset, right, that if you can use a proxy for race, if you can use demographics or considerations that don't rely on race, it's preferred, because of a lot of the complexity of that and the legal ramifications. So approaches that do not rely on race, the district or the governing body has to determine if the goals can still be met, right? Integration goals without using race. Factors that don't include race that would be considered could include socioeconomic status, parent education, students' household status, dual or single parent, neighborhood socioeconomic status, geography lines, composition of area housing, so whether it's subsidized, single family, high density, those characteristics. So there has been a lot of precedent for using factors that don't rely on race with much success. There are approaches that somewhat rely on race, so they're race-based approaches, but they may not expressly rely on racial criteria, such as the overall composition of neighborhoods. So you can rely on the racial characteristics of a neighborhood to pinpoint out geography lines, and then you can make determinations about priorities based on those geography lines. But any student, regardless of race, within those geography lines would be considered as applying to that particular characteristic. So it's not singling out the specific race and ethnicity of the student, rather at the composition of the neighborhood that they're from. So that's how it's somewhat, that's how it's kind of in the middle, right, where it's not expressly relying on race, but it kind of is. So a school district could draw attendance zones based on racial composition of neighborhoods, but all students, like I said, within those zones would be treated the same, regardless of race. And approaches that do rely on race have to meet a really compelling interest.
Are there issues with displacement of lower socioeconomic populations that are tied to those neighborhood-based attendance zones?
Yeah, we have seen a precedent of that, yes, in the past. So that's one of those unintended consequences of using geography lines, is that there can actually be movement in those neighborhoods based on the fact that the public knows or has desire to go to a specific school. Wisman.
So you're saying that because there is a preference for a neighborhood, it could have more people wanting to move in.
It can lead to gentrification.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the school district actually experienced this after the close of Slater, when the Wisman neighborhood was zoned for Huff after Huff reopened. I think it was 1997. And then as Huff continued to improve its test scores, and especially after it became a blue ribbon school, that area within the Wisman neighborhood, Wisman Wagon Wheel area, became more and more gentrified because it was zoned there, even though it was closer to Landals in terms of, I mean, it's actually right around the corner, as well as Serkoff. And so that is one of the impacts of, it was an unintended consequence at the time, you know, when that decision was made, but that it does happen.
There were also huge amounts of new development going in there.
Correct.
I remember walking into a crack house one time when I was knocking on doors for the first parcel tax measure, and that development is no longer there. It's all beautiful townhomes now. So.
Well, and there's also implications for housing values. So just keeping that in mind.
Thank you. So again, race can be legally used as a factor, but it can be used as a plus factor, not the sole factor for any particular lottery. So it can be in addition to other factors. Any other questions?
Are there any examples of districts that have used home language as a proxy? So does the family identify as speaking Spanish at home, for example?
So yeah, so English language status can be used as a proxy, but you can't single out a particular language. So the status itself could be used, but not the specific language. So you couldn't isolate Spanish speakers or Mandarin speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. So there are some best practices, and if it's a good thing, obviously there are best practices and research done on the topic. And there's also, which we'll be exploring today, some examples of how some of our neighbors have done some of these complex things. But again, keeping in mind all the while that ultimately we have to find what's right for our district, considering our enrollment, our population, right, and kind of the nuances of our district culture. So there is, and what we're going to be looking at today specifically is enrollment practices. So the implementation of inclusive enrollment using race and income factors together in choice school lotteries is actually considered the best approach. And we'll talk a little bit about why. With recruitment and communication, which is another slice of that kind of big stack of cheese pieces, effective outreach is one of the best practices. So information sessions or fairs in different locations in the community, various publications, dedicated employees for outreach, mailings, websites, visits to feeder schools. A lot of this research does come from magnet programs and charter schools. So I do want to be explicit about that, is that the research generally isn't about choice programs in public school districts. So we've really had to kind of dive into a lot of different research and do a bit of generalizing. So I just want to be really, transparent about that. Also, integration embedded into school design is actually something that's found a lot of success. So for example, that would be a school, and the city school is one of those examples, which we've hyperlinked in this presentation. It's also available online. Is that integration has actually become one of their school goals. And it's also part of their mission and vision. So they've kind of fully integrated the idea of integration into what the school is about, which is promoting diversity, right? And a couple other things. So they've found a lot of success with that. And obviously you could see how that would work, right? When it becomes a part of the culture and climate, and the goals are explicit, and they're top of mind, there'd be a lot more success with sustaining any meaningful integration into the schools, and not just have kind of one of those top-down decisions. So again, here are the questions that we went over. So I won't read them all again. But considering what the demographics of our students look like now, what they'll look like in 5 to 10 years, short and long-term goals, and flexibility. One of the other best practices actually related to enrollment policies is that it's often really helpful to have a goal. And so I'm sure that's a lot of what we'll talk about today, is that what is our goal, right? And also, is it parity with the district? Right? Is it parity with the community? So what are the thresholds that we're looking at in terms of meaningful integration with our schools? Because the goal will also inform our action steps moving forward. And that's obviously largely what we're looking for guidance on as well today too, right? Are those kinds of goals. Any questions before we move on to kind of our levers for change? So all the different levers that we can push and pull to make a difference. Okay. All right, so this is a big one. And these were the lottery designs. So when I went out to do my research, I had no idea, right, how complex that these systems really are, because we'll go over all of the different lottery designs, but I also want to tell you that you can use more than one of these at any given time. So it can be a mix and match, right? So you can have a tiered lottery system with quotas, right? There's also a different kind of tiered lottery system where you can have multiple priorities in a single group. Multiple priorities, like I said, within each single step. They can be and priorities, they can be or priorities, There could be extra entries, and there could be also extra entries cumulative. So you can decide how that functions with any given tier, or if you're in a weighted lottery or a scored lottery, that's obviously going to look a little different. But even within a weighted lottery, you can have quotas, right? Weighted lotteries, of course, you wouldn't have a weighted lottery and extra entries. So I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go through the lottery design descriptions. So with a tiered lottery, it's a numerated lottery, just like our lottery that we have, right? Where there's a list of priorities. So there's multiple priorities that, just given how it's ordered, they rank against each other. So it's not cumulative. It's really the first one that the first one that fits your criteria is the one that ultimately, provides you the priority for entrance into the school. A weighted lottery uses points per priority, right? And then added together. So weighted lotteries are more cumulative. So given what specific demographics you want to target, right, it would be cumulative. So the more demographics that fit, right, your child, the higher the chance essentially they would have of getting in. The interesting thing about weighted lotteries, which we'll talk about in just a second too, with a specific example, is that you can actually use a specific goal or a threshold to use as a mathematical justification for the weights. So for quotas, which can be in addition to either a tiered system or a weighted system, it allows the administrators of the lottery to set a quota for students in specific priority groups. So for example, you could say no more than 25% of the seats for siblings as a part of the first priority group. So you could have the priority tiers, but you could set quotas for minimums or maximums. It can be set as a percentage, like I said, with limits or minimums, but also by total seats. And then a tiered lottery system with multiple priorities is interesting. It's not, ours has single priorities, but within a tiered lottery, you could also have, like I said, the numerated tiered lottery has multiple priorities that rank against each other. But what's different about it is that there can be more than one priority in a single subgroup, right? Where students can meet either priority to be ranked according to that number. So you could have multiple factors as a part of the first priority, right? Students have to qualify for both, students have to qualify for one. It's all set by the administrator of the lottery. So there's or, and then and is right below that, right? It showcases a tiered lottery, but they must meet both priorities in that single group to qualify for that priority number. And then extra entries uses entries for each priority group, but it provides additional entries based on priorities assigned that are set by the administrator. So it's almost as if you have, right, pieces of paper going into a hat, right, or what is that called when it's, you have like a ticket. Anyway, I don't know why it's not coming to me, right? But you get extra tickets. And so your chances of getting the seat would be greater, essentially. And then extra entries cumulative uses entries for each priority group that provides additional entries based on the priorities assigned, which is the same as above. But this version adds together the entries if a student meets more than one criteria. So there's a lot of different options. And so one of the reasons why I wanted to also bring us back to this is that we have to find exactly what's right for our district, considering what our goals are. So I can go over each kind of one of these, and I'll stop maybe for questions after each one, if that would be amenable. So for the tiered lottery, which is what we currently have, right? We've explored in this last kind of chart that it can be an and or an or. So you can ask students to meet one of several criteria in a tier to qualify, or cumulative, or it could be the single tier, which is what we have now. Tiered lotteries can also utilize quotas to set a basic minimum number of students. So here's an example of how you would run a tiered lottery. So you would first run a random number series for the entire list. So each student is assigned a random number, and then you sort first by preferences in order. So a student who qualifies for the first preference would obviously be assigned first. They still retain that randomized number, but that's more applicable to students who are cusp, right? Who are making it or not making it. If a set of students qualifies for the same one, right? But there's only a certain number of seats, obviously the randomized number given at the very beginning of the process would determine placement. So sort by preference and then by school design. So if there's a dual admission school, it could be used, right? Before assigning randomized numbers. So that's something that is a possibility. Of course, it would have to be reflected in the policy in order for us to be able to do that.
When you say dual immersion, you mean like we could have language be one of the gating items?
Yes.
Okay.
And the reason I use dual immersion as an example, obviously, is because it's applicable to us, but there are a lot of specialized charter magnet programs out there. And so people have used all manner of characteristics in school designs to determine lotteries. And then, of course, you'd have to create a set-aside quota if that was something that you were interested in. And if seats remain, they're not released to the next level of priority, but held until more students in this category apply. So that's also a potential, a set-aside quota. So just a little bit more about quotas. It allows us to set a specific either number of students or a specific percentage. So it could be used for either. And it can be used alone by itself, or it can be used in conjunction with tiered or weighted lotteries. Any questions before we continue? And for extra entries, it just provides additional chances. Doesn't guarantee placement, of course, but it provides higher odds. Tiered lotteries with extra entries has a few versions. One version adds together the number of entries that a student meets the criteria, but if a student meets more than one subset of criteria, you can decide whether or not you want to have a cumulative extra entry system, right? Or not. And a weighted lottery is a little bit more complex than a tiered system, but it uses points per priority, which are then added together to rank students by a total score. And we're going to go over a specific example when we look at the mathematical justification that'll hopefully make a little bit more sense. With a weighted lottery, though, you can consider multiple student demographics. So in a tiered system, generally it's the first one that they qualify for that determines placement. With a weighted lottery, you could consider multiple things at the same time. So instead of a ranking, it's more of a cumulative score. You can adapt a weighted lottery to a district's integration goals. You could do that from year to year. So if the goals you have in mind are flexible, for example, parity with a district would be a flexible goal because the district demographics may change from year to year. So parity would change from year to year. A weighted lottery system, if there was a goal or a threshold set, could adapt to or be flexible to those kinds of changing demographics. It does require a mathematical justification for the weights. And of course, as a part of the policy, which we'll go over later, being super transparent and clear about what those mathematical justifications are is really a part of the process. So here's how you establish a mathematical justification for the weight. And it's really based on your goals as well. So if you see over actually at the top of the box, that's where I'll start. So if 22% of the people who apply to the program are economically disadvantaged, and economic disadvantage is one of the priorities that you set as a district, right? You're seeking enrollment, but your target is 50%, right? The weight, according to this formula, would be 3, right? So any student who's not socioeconomically disadvantaged, in essence, the weight would be 1, right? So it's tripling the weight based on the goal of the district and based on the demographic of the student. So I won't go over all of the, the formula. Yeah, Trustee Conley.
With a weighted lottery example like this, is this a place where a district could say, for example, let's just take a hypothetical, that the program would be representative of the socioeconomic status of the district. So instead of setting 22 or 50% or 30% or whatever each year, it could be that the overall goal is a representative sample. And so it could shift. Maybe one year it's 20%, maybe another year it's 23%, depending on how the demographics of the district shift.
Yes, and that's what I meant by parity with the district.
Okay.
Was that it would be representative of the larger population.
Okay. But it doesn't have to be like a set
Nope.
hard number.
Trustee Chang.
Can the weight, so let's say whatever an outcome of percentage that the district's seeking for socioeconomically disadvantaged students, can that weight be determined after we've determined how many socioeconomically disadvantaged students had applied that year? So is the weight done before we know who applies, or can the weight be applied after we have a sense of how many did apply, so that the weight can correspond with the district demographics?
If I'm understanding you correctly, I think we'd have to be able to, in order to provide full transparency to all families before they apply, we'd have to be really clear about what the mathematical justification is on the weights. So we couldn't wait to see. We wouldn't want to wait to see, right? Because then you could be accused of, changing the algorithm based on waiting to see who applies. So I imagine we would use the previous year's demographics to inform the community about what the mathematical justification was before they entered the lottery. But I mean, that's definitely something that we can put on lingering questions too, because I don't have a direct answer to that, but I imagine we want to be as clear as possible about what the algorithm looks like before people apply.
Between a weighted system and a tiered system, if, and this is an if, I'm not saying it is, but if the goal is to have schools that reflect the broader demographics of our district, if you had a year where, let's say, more than overwhelming number of the applicants were from one group, but let's say we were really successful and we had many applicants from socioeconomically disadvantaged families. Is there a system that would mean then that school would have much higher enrollment of socioeconomically disadvantaged families than the demographics of the district? I'm just saying, so if you have Stevenson, so if you have, just say if you have 400 families apply who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, is there one system where then all 400 seats would go to socioeconomically disadvantaged families, or is there one system that would still be a possibility that families that were not socioeconomically disadvantaged could get in?
Right. So
that's that question.
I do actually. Yeah, I understand. I believe. You tell me if I understand based on the response. And this is where the sibling preference interacts with all of the other ones, right? Because the sibling preference naturally, kind of replicates whatever you have in the lottery, because families typically want to stay together. So you're going to get a lot of siblings coming to the school with similar demographics. So in a tiered system, you would have to rate sibling above or below any other characteristic. It wouldn't be and. So it would be either or instead of both. So if you had, like I said, an overwhelming number of families apply who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and that was above the sibling priority, then yes, you would see more of those families getting in than ever before. However, if sibling priority was above economically disadvantaged in that particular situation, right, not much would change regarding students that are already there. It would change eventually, right, because there'd be less and less siblings coming through, but it would be a lot slower. So in a weighted lottery system, you could have sibling priority as a part of the weight, depending on your goals for how many siblings you want to be able to access. So you'd have to have really a goal for each one. And then when you had a goal for each demographic, it would be responsive to people who apply. It would change from year to year. So if you had more siblings 1 year, right, it might be weighted a 1 year, it might be weighted a 2 1 year. Similarly, socioeconomic status might be weighted a 3 1 year or a 1 the next year, depending on the matriculation of students.
But we could not tie the sibling priority to, let's say, SED, for example. So that, because, and where I'm coming from thinking through this is, you know, the majority of our families want a sibling priority. They want their child to be able to go, their younger children to go to the same school as their older children. If we were looking at demographic change, we couldn't say students who qualify for free and reduced price lunch have a sibling priority versus other students. We can't split it that way.
What you're saying reminds me of a tiered lottery system with an and clause or an either clause on each tier. So if the first tier was sibling and socioeconomically disadvantaged, right, you could do that. But again, yeah, there are a lot of ways that you can explore that. I don't think that that's off limits, no, to answer your question. And trustees too, you'll have to let me know if you'd like a break. Okay. Thanks for coming.
Question, I guess, sorry, this goes back to the tiered, when we're talking about tiers, in a tiered system, not a weight system, but in a tiered system, if you have enough applicants in that tier 1 to fill that, let's say the kindergarten class, then would that basically, that be the outcome? That'd be
Yes.
tier 1 would fill the whole class.
Correct.
Okay. So if they like tier 1 was siblings or tier 1 was socioeconomically disadvantaged, either one, if there were enough applicants, that would be your whole pool. Wouldn't even matter what the lottery says, right? Because
Unless you set a
tier would-
quota.
Yeah.
In which case, if you set a quota, then when the quota threshold was met, you'd go to the next tier.
And just for the public and just also actually for myself as well, our current system is using tiers, right?
Correct.
Thank
It
you.
is a single tier system. So I just provided a relevant example. If there was an open lottery with no priorities and we were doing a mathematical justifications for weight. So let's say, you know, we're sitting here, we're like, well, what would that look like? That's kind of what I've done here, right? So if 7 of the 124 applicants for Stevenson for a kindergarten class were socioeconomically disadvantaged, the chance without providing a weight of getting accepted into the school would be about 6%. With a desired enrollment, if there was a threshold set of 20%, the characteristics of a student who is socioeconomically disadvantaged would receive a weight of 4. So a student who is not socioeconomically disadvantaged would receive a weight of 1 if the threshold was met for 20%. And that's just using what our current wait list looks like right now. Which is why obviously changing enrollment priorities or changing the lottery system isn't the only method we'll be using to increase participation in our choice programs. Trustee Joy.
Yeah, so the last many years, we've had a system where it doesn't matter when you apply, if you apply within a certain period of time. So I'm assuming that that's going to continue. So if you apply like in January 29th versus January 5th, each of those people would have an equal chance.
Mhm.
So you're not
Yes,
getting a preference by applying early.
correct.
And then this example here is just in one school year because so I think one of the things that we're going to talk about later is rate of change.
Yes.
And what kind of rate of change are we looking for? Are we looking for an immediate change in one school year? Are we looking for a gradual change? But this is an example of just in one school year versus over multiple school years.
Yes, exactly. I have to say weighted lotteries, and of course we'll talk about this, are a little bit more flexible to changing demographics. So they're a little bit more sustainable in that sense. Obviously they take a little bit more time, right? And so that rate of change, right, is going to be a little bit slower. I have to say though, just given the work we have to do regarding community perception and also, desire to attend choice programs for certain demographics, the rate of change is going to be slow anyway, because that stuff takes time.
Question about the
Yeah.
So in a tiered system, if since in our current system tiered and currently sibling preference is high in the tier, a tiered system basically guarantees the sibling gets in. Basically,
Yes.
in a weighted system, even if sibling preference was high, given a good weight, that system would have a possibility then, right? If some family had just bad luck, they could possibly not have their sibling get in, right?
Yes.
So one is a guarantee of sibling admission, and one is you have your sibling is maybe an advantage if we did it so, but they could still statistically run the chance of not getting in.
Yes.
Thank you.
So similarly, you can set thresholds or goals for integration. You can also set threshold and goals for siblings. So if there was an open lottery, similarly with no priorities, and 75 of the 124 applicants were siblings of schools that are of students that attended, the chances of them getting I wonder if that's a typo or not. Let me continue. The chances of the applicant getting accepted to the school, and this is a typo, it should be with sibling, not SED, would be 60%. So obviously a lot higher just because of the way that the number of applicants simply. So with a desired enrollment of siblings at no greater than 50%, then the characteristics of the student who is a sibling would be weighted 1. Or it's a possibility to do less than 1. You would just have to, crunch all the numbers. So in addition to the method of the enrollment lottery, we have to consider what we want in terms of how we make our decisions, like the characteristics of our student body. So you can choose between tiered and weighted, but either way, you're going to have to choose what we're prioritizing, right? Which is obviously what we're looking for board direction on as well. And like we studied before, race can be used, but only when race neutral proxies aren't reasonable. And in our case, I think the race neutral proxies are reasonable, but that's something obviously that we'll discuss as well. Socioeconomic status is one thing that's commonly used as a race neutral proxy. Of course, it's not a perfect race neutral proxy. Free or reduced price lunch on its own is also not a perfect proxy, though it's appropriate in contributing information about socioeconomic status. It's one of the things that's commonly used, right? But it is dichotomous. Typically, you either qualify or you don't. Obviously, there are tiers, right? We have free or you have reduced, but it's or not. It doesn't quite get at the complexity, especially in areas where the cost of living is very high or outside of the normal range. It doesn't necessarily account for inflation, things like that. Socioeconomic status, SED is different from students who just qualify for free or reduced price lunch. So a student is determined to be socioeconomically disadvantaged if they meet at least one of these 3 criteria. But of course, SED is not, you don't get SED plus if you're more than 1, right? So you have to qualify for one of the 3. So it's free or reduced price lunch eligible, or parent education being high school or less, or a student who's foster youth.
Is there this is where we run into some of these things are self-reports, right? So parent education level it's not something that we really have a way to verify.
Mhm.
It's just based on self-reporting. Yes.
Correct.
I have a question too about,
Mhm.
so free and reduced, to qualify for Title I, do they only look at free and reduced lunch numbers, not SAD numbers?
Do you mean our unduplicated counts?
Yeah, well, it's for Title I funding, you mean, at a school? That I don't know.
There's a consolidated application that takes the amount of money, but it's a couple ways. Just report it. There are other ways to verify it.
Okay, I was asking because it was always my impression that our Title I funding was based on how many free and reduced lunch.
I know that it's at the very least a contributing factor.
It is. But there's another way.
Yeah,
Like if they are on any other type of assistance program throughout the state, and there's a whole process.
got it.
But I did write that down as a lingering question that we can get more information about.
Can I say this is kind of like when we attend a lecture and it's video? For anyone who's listening, they didn't hear your answer, Superintendent Woodall. So I'm wondering if you could articulate it for the.
Sure.
Yeah.
So for those of you who are listening, Title I funds for schools are determined. They certainly use free or reduced price lunch as a contributing factor for determining Title I funds, not necessarily the only factor that's determined, but more information can be gathered. And then I had a question following up on Ms. Conley's question. Of course, we generally have people apply, for example, for free and reduced price lunch over the summer or at the beginning of the school year. So when they're applying to school in January or February, we wouldn't know that. But would we be able to ask additional questions like, what is the parent level of education, even though those would be self-reported and we wouldn't be able to verify it? I'm just wondering if we could use a good faith attempt to collect some of that data. We actually already asked about parent education level. Oh, when they apply? When
Yes.
Students are, oh, okay. So we would have some, it's just not, we just couldn't verify it, but we would have some indication, assuming most people fill these things out in good faith.
Just go ahead and let them know we changed some of the prompts.
Yep, you bet.
The entry points for the application that we have.
Yeah, so in anticipation of this conversation and continuing conversations on this topic, we've actually changed just a couple of the questions there. We already collect a lot of information actually from families when they enroll in our district. And we already were collecting information on parent education, but we've added a few questions to the enrollment process so that we could gather more information depending on board decisions. For example, I think one of the questions that we asked about was household size, right? Or type of household. So if there are multiple families in a household, or if it was an apartment, single family unit, that kind of thing. So we have added a couple more questions anticipating that we may want to know more. And so that information we'll actually have at the end of the enrollment process this year. Good thinking.
Dr. Anderson, on the question of the number of families who may have applied in the past who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, on page 10, they have the first grade wait list at 11%. Does that mean that like about 6 families or 6 students didn't get in? And like if there was if we had some type of system tier or weight, perhaps, I mean, so that would mean that if we didn't do any change in recruitment or anything like that at this moment, does that mean like 6 families would have been admitted if we had some kind of?
Yes, you'd have to look at actually a combination of the waitlist data and the current enrollment. So if you have like 124 applicants, and right now you can see for free or reduced price lunch, currently there are 27 students, which are at 6%. But yes, you can assume that if there was a larger weight placed on that particular factor, that it would allow more than what has been allowed this year for that particular characteristic.
And would it be fair to say, like, unless we went out and did more recruitment and education, like we would have netted 6 families
Correct.
that category. And I know while we don't have the data for the kindergarten, would it be fair that it was probably the same approximation for kindergarten?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I have maybe a semi-related question. Do we collect any data on the families that apply or enroll after the lottery date? I'm asking because I wonder if for some parts of our community, if it takes time for them to understand what all the options are and maybe miss sort of understanding how vital it is to enroll by a particular date to have the opportunity to apply to these programs, and may wait until. I'm just curious, what are the type of families that come in over, May, June,
Mhm.
July,
Yeah.
even?
Military families, absolutely. Because they're often receive assignments. Military families often receive assignments after the lottery date. To my knowledge, we haven't disaggregated the data or looked at that data as a cohort model.
Yeah.
But it's something that I've noted.
I mean, it could be interesting just to see, what families come in and maybe why, if it's non-military, why it's they're applying after that lottery date, if they were aware of that option, so that we can sort of think about the considerations for the following year.
Yeah, for the most part, it's military families. And then it's any families that are moving in because of a job change, or sometimes we get families that are moving. They may have a spouse that works at a university, and so they are transitioning over the summer, or they're a new hire. And normally the summer is the hiring time, but it's not the families that you're trying to target. Typically come in during the year and are pretty stable, and they actually get right over here. They actually get like assistance throughout the whole application process, and then it's the lottery process is actually explained. So those families who are new are often families who are new to the community. They're not new to, they're not making the decision, because most people make the decision as they apply.
All right. Any other questions, trustees? So socioeconomic status, like I said, is one of the things that we consider. An SED status, EL status is another thing we can consider. Not native language, like a particular language, but EL status in general. That is a little bit hard to determine, though, especially with kindergarten enrollment, right? Because it would be a self-report. We wouldn't necessarily be able to determine. Right. And whether the student would be an IFEP, right away, that kind of thing. So it's a little bit trickier.
Do we have a sense of what the overlap between our EL and SED populations are? So the SED students who are also ELs, and the number of ELs who are not SED?
Primarily, you mean along racial and ethnic lines?
I mean, just in general, like who qualifies for both? So our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, because what I could see happening with EL status is that we have people from all over the world here who do speak different languages at home, who might not designate that their child is an English learner, but many of those people are working in the tech industry and are not socioeconomically disadvantaged.
Correct.
So could we have some sort of combined qualification of English learner status plus SED status that is weighted, because then it would preference socioeconomically disadvantaged English learners?
Yes, it's possible.
And do we know what those numbers already in our district are?
Yeah, that refers to the unduplicated.
Yeah.
That information is pretty. We also know that our EL students are also pretty small.
It's pretty correlated, but it might
is.
not always be correlated, and it might be about self-selection of how parents identify as ELs when they enter the district.
Right, but most of the parents who
We should just move your table over to the microphone.
Yeah, it was never set up to do this. So most of the students whose parents come from those types of households that you were talking about, they tend to either not state it or they qualify out almost immediately. And so the EL students tend to be fall under certain characteristics, and they tend to be SED. It also tends to be a higher percent of special ed population. So like that whole group sort of falls together, but your best proxy for that will probably be the unduplicated account. So because that will factor out all the other, accounts the kid wants at a particular site, as opposed to counting them multiple times. And it will give you the best picture of the population that you're talking about.
Okay, I think my brain is working through the scenario of if EL is if English language learner status is something that we look at using, and we don't test children until after they're enrolled and through the lottery, it's self-identified, and that might actually significantly shift how people self-identify as English learners.
Right. I wouldn't want to use that in that proxy
Alone.
anyway.
Okay.
You would probably want to use something else to try to get closer to that. That's more reliable, as opposed to if you choose whether or not I self-report EL, or because really it's not even EL. It's, is there another language that's spoken in the house?
Right.
And so that's the question that triggers the actual assessment. So you probably, that's why when we were looking at it, and when we were talking with Director Chang and everybody else, it makes more sense to choose like education status and a couple other factors that could serve as better proxies, that would eliminate some of we have some families that are double PhDs, double language households, and yes, they could check off that another language was spoken, which would initially place them as EL, but those families, tend to work in the tech industry or at a university, and so they're a different population than I think the group that you're trying to target. But there are a couple other ones that we probably could use. EL status would be more beneficial if you were looking after kinder, because after kinder, you would be able to use that as an actual proxy because we would have already tested. But before kinder, the two proxies that are sort of questionable would be free and reduced lunch and EL status, just because we don't have that information. And so we would have to figure out a different way to get at it, to look at it. And so, you could use approximations about what the family's previous status or something else, but it just gets a little trickier.
Yeah, I think we talked about including at some point, having just everyone when they enroll in the district fill out the free and reduced price lunch paperwork.
We did. The challenge with that is that it can't be verified until after the school year starts.
But then people would know it would eventually be verified.
Yeah, but I think in discussing it, we figured that there were a couple other proxies that are closer to that are more reliable. I think what the board would like is a little bit more reliability. So I think what we're proposing is what we can do once we understand what are the areas that you're looking for. So like if you say, hey, we want to look at social economic status, we can, because we have a series of questions, once the lottery is completed, we'll be able to bring that back and sort of run like a mock lottery and be able to tell you what the results of each one of these are, to give you a better prediction of like
Mhm.
Is this the right measure, or do you want to use multiple measures? And then that way, by June, you'll be able to say, yes, these are the ones that we want to target in order to reach a particular population.
I just have a quick aside, sort of just looking at the data that we had on the current demographics page, and you mentioned special education.
Mhm.
And at some point, it might be interesting to see special education broken out by these schools. I don't think that's what we want to test for here, but I do believe that Stevenson in particular has a higher percentage than the overall district average. And it may be that Mistral has a lower one because some kids with dyslexia or I know of a few families that pull out because they think the learning the language is an additional challenge that is frustrating for their children. So it just might be interesting, but
Yeah.
be that as it may.
No, I can absolutely
President
gather
Conley,
that
just
information.
may also a quick aside, because Trustee Conley was asking about the unduplicated counts. So I was looking at the California Department of Ed website. So when you take the number of families we have who are free and reduced lunch, English language learners, and foster youth, and then eliminate the duplicates or unduplicated right now, it's at a little under 34.9%. So I don't know if that was helpful for our trustees. So about 34%, I guess 35% is what our unduplicated is. And what's interesting there is because the Department of Ed puts the 5-year trend. In 2016, it was basically 45%. So there's been a 10% drop in 5 years, largely because of our drop in English language learners. But I thought that 35% was a useful number for us. And that was also useful for us to know that in the last 5 years, it was 10% higher just 5 years ago.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Shane.
Well, can I ask now, since we're spending so much time on the presentation, can we
Of
take a
course.
quick break?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So at 10:40, it's 10:43. So why don't we come back at 10:50?
Do you wanna-
Okay, at 10:55, the special meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District is called back to order. Ms. Henderson.
Excellent, thank you. So we kind of last stopped the presentation around where it says EL status, and that of course prompted some questions. The other thing that I wanted to include in here again, because there's a lot of different magnet programs and choice programs, is that some of them do consider things like academic achievement and academic achievement scores when it comes to lotteries. Special education status is also something that's considered. Of course, with anything like that, you also, where there's an official designation and testing and evaluation identification, you want to consider all of the legal ramifications and make sure that you really vetted the policy deeply. And then geography is something that's also been used. The geography census blocks has been something that's used. And you'll see these when we go through the examples. And that's really the kind of the last part of this presentation, actually, is just looking at some examples. There are alternatives to socioeconomic status that one could use and still get at a similar population. And that's to include, like I said, neighborhood zones for income or residence. Of course, previously discussed, Trustee Conley brought up, the unintended consequence of gentrification, things that we've even seen in our own community. You can include a factor about whether a student attended preschool or not, whether a family receives income-based governmental assistance. Of course, that would have to be self-reported and later verified, and then parental education attainment.
Just a quick question on whether they attended preschool. If a student attended one of our preschools run by the district, would we have the data on their socioeconomic status and free and reduced lunch and stuff like that at that point?
Yes, I believe
We
so.
would have the data on that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we would.
Thank you.
And EL status, academic achievement, special education status are also used, but not solely used. And of course, that's for legal protections as well. So they're often used in combination with one or more of the above. And when you consider using more than one factor, you'd be looking at a tiered system with the and/or clause or a weighted system. And of course, they would function a little bit differently depending on your goals. Something to consider is that socioeconomic diversity is a proxy, but it's not a perfect proxy for racial integration. So that's something that we also want to consider. So integration plans that incorporate socioeconomic status can take several forms. And that can include plans that use directly socioeconomic status to achieve socioeconomic integration only, but you wouldn't necessarily, it's not a direct correlate to racial integration, of course. So race-conscious plans that use SES as a factor to achieve racial and socioeconomic integration is a way that you can also phrase that. And also race-conscious plans include a lot more than just what we're looking at today, which is enrollment policies, right? A lot of it is work done behind the scenes in communion with the schools, in communication with families and all of that kind of stuff. So success of integration using socioeconomic status as a factor depends at least in part on how extreme the residential segregation is as well by race and socioeconomic status. So that's what I mean when we talk about flexibility and finding out what's right for our particular school site. We want to consider our community, our larger community and the demographics. We can pause for a second. Thank you so much, Trustee. So just to make sure that you didn't miss anything, yes, thank you. Yes. Is that when considering race-conscious plans, socioeconomic status isn't to supplant race-conscious plans, right? And it's not going to ensure racial integration. You have to consider the population, obviously, that you're looking at, how extreme residential segregation is, especially if you're looking at proxies related to geography. And the Swiss cheese method, again, right, where it just becomes a part of the culture. So we discussed this a little bit before. Free and reduced price eligibility is more dichotomous than we would probably wish it to be, because it doesn't get at the nuances of income, and also in areas, especially with a high cost of living, disproportionate, right, to the rest of the country, because it is a federal measure, right? So it doesn't necessarily get at all the variations in the lived experiences of our community. But recent alternatives to that aren't widely studied. So it certainly is, if you're looking at integration for socioeconomic status, free and reduced price lunch is certainly an indicator that's been used and studied. There's a strong relationship between race and poverty, but it's imperfect as a direct correlation. So I just want to be really transparent about that across communities. Racial and economic segregation may work independently of one another, and a district where racial groups are separated by substantial geographic distances, regardless of income, it could be more difficult to draw attendance zones and boundaries. So if you're looking at thinking about the geography of Mountain View or drawing census blocks, et cetera, that's just something to consider. And again, a lot of the research, of course, is a lot more macro, right? Which is why it's important we consider our own community. The research is really useful because it provides some generalizations, but we certainly have a unique community here in Mountain View. Socioeconomic status plans that use more nuanced measures beyond binary free and reduced price lunch, right, can help with that kind of dichotomous aspect. So like parent education, for example, or information on housing, foster youth, or McKinney-Vento kids, things like that, where it's more than one thing, is a way that you can get at, kind of the nuance of people's situations. So we found a really interesting example with San Francisco Unified. If you know the historical context with San Francisco Unified and their enrollment policies, quite complex. They've had a long history because they've provided opportunities for families across the city. And of course, there's a large population there, right? And school choice has been something that they've been real proponents of. Of course, that comes with its own complex lottery and enrollment design processes. What I did think that we as a district could take from that example, though, is the way they've integrated multiple variables for socioeconomic status or diversity and put it together in something they call a diversity index, right? So it's more than one thing that's considered at the same time. So 5 factors that they take into account to try to examine or get at extreme poverty include if the family is in public housing, are part of foster care, or are unhoused. So that would be extreme poverty cases that they consider as a factor, one of the 5. Socioeconomic status as measured by free and reduced price lunch is one of the 5 factors. Applying for or identifying as a family that benefits from CalWORKs and or other public housing programs is a factor that they've considered. Home language is one of the factors out of the 5. Notice they call it a diversity index and not an SED index. And that's because it accounts for multiple things. And then academic performance rank of the student's prior school, the school itself. So if you're transferring out from a different school, so that's one of the things that they've looked at doing is instead of using race as an indicator, right, or socioeconomic status, but actually the performance of the school that they're trying to transfer out from. That wouldn't necessarily be applicable to what we're doing here, but it's just something interesting to note as a race neutral proxy. And then students' most recent prior test score, whether it's below the 30th percentile or not. Of course, that would be really difficult again for our kinders, right? Our kinder enrollment. And then Oakland Unified has an equitable enrollment priority. So it uses prioritized geographic census block groups. And that hyperlink is available in the presentation, it's available to the public. And then used actually to determine census block groups, the American Community Survey. So it's a 5-year estimate of the census block group. So that particular data set uses median household income from 2017, 18, and 19, the Latino, Latina, and African American population, and Oakland Unified's free or reduced price lunch rate by a census block. So using all of those demographic characteristics, right, they've outlined particular attendance zones and assigned priority to those particular zones based on the information they've gathered. So anything obviously that you decide as a board, right, is going to be codified right into policy. So some things when we're thinking about considering board policy changes regarding our lottery is things that are really necessary to include. So especially with a weighted lottery, because right now we have a tiered lottery. So if we were to switch to a weighted lottery, there'd be some considerations about things to include in a policy. So the categories and the sets and the subsets of students to receive weights in the lotteries. Of course, we want to be really transparent, right, with our community, and in a policy, that's where you would find that. So amount of weights to be applied. And so Trustee Chang, this kind of gets at the question that you asked before, right, which was, it really does have to be codified into policy, what kind of mathematical justification or weights that we're going to use. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you'd have to put a particular percentage. What you could instead do is say, this is our goal, and we're going to use this formula to get at the goal. The goal is, of course, flexible from year to year, depending on the population of the district, if that's the direction that you were to go in. You want to put the rationale or justification for the amount of weight to be applied to each category, or like the math or the algorithms that you're going to use to determine the weights. Just so there's transparency about how it's being done. But you wouldn't necessarily have to put specific numbers, right, or things like that, unless you had a quota or unless you had extra entries. And then that would need to be really transparent to families. And then also a description of the mechanisms, right? So there are companies, there are groups of people, there are experts out there, right, who actually dedicate their professional lives to building these algorithms and systems. There are programs, there are software, there's all kinds of things out there that kind of do the hard work for you. But of course, you know, for transparency's sake, we'd want to really, you know, robustly describe the mechanisms and processes that are going to be utilized to carry out a weighted lottery, including oversight of the process. So how are we going to ensure that the ultimate outcomes, right, how we justify it? And then sign off from district and school certifying the description provided adequately captures mechanisms that will be used. So we'd also want to take time, of course, to analyze from year to year, right, what this is doing, you know, with our students, and it would be a continuing ongoing reflection piece. All right, again, here are the questions that we've kind of been mulling over. So I know you have those in front of you. So I'll just conclude the presentation slides actually by saying what our next steps could be, right? Ultimately, this is about seeking board guidance and hearing from all of you, right? Your questions, your comments, so that we can have a discussion about it. But stakeholder analysis and community engagement, we know is really important. And so that's one of our next steps, right? To ensure that any policy changes that we make, we have a really strong communication plan for how we're going to communicate these out, especially to families, right, whom this more strongly applies to. So we really, you know, need the time and the intentionality to communicate this effectively. So that's definitely something to consider. Setting goals is something that I talked about briefly before, but hopefully will also become a part of this conversation. Goals for the enrollment process, but also goals for meaningful integration. And then options and recommendations for enrollment policy and process changes. So that's what we're looking at today, right, is all of the options for implementing either weighted lottery, so getting your thoughts on all of the different options, and possible process changes, right? Obviously, a lot of the research I provided, like Trustee Conley was saying, is more than just the lottery system. So this can be a collaborative conversation about all the different slices of the Swiss cheese. And then technical recommendations for implementation, right? If you have any technical recommendations, but the other technical recommendations can also come from experts in the field, right? That's something that we can absolutely, explore to suggest a path forward for our particular community, given the complexity and nuance of, not only looking at what our current situation is, but our goals and what we project in terms of both future growth and or declines or increases in specific populations, and how that's going to implement or how that's going to affect any policy changes that you make, such as like tools or software to manage the lottery. So just know that that's out there, and will, I'm sure, become eventually a part of the conversation. And that's the end of the presentation slide, trustees. So I'll take direction from you about questions or comments.
I think we should finish off our questions and then open it up to members of the public who might have things they want to say. So trustees, do you have any additional questions? We can discuss obviously later the questions. Trustee Conley.
I do have a question about, I'm trying to work out in my head, weighted and tiered, and if there's something that's a little bit of a combination of both. So is it possible in the weighted lottery, it sounds like an all or nothing, you set a goal and then everything else is impacted by that goal, versus in a tiered, we could say siblings, but then we could prioritize SED or other diversity related things. Is it possible to do something where there's a first or second tier that includes siblings, and then there's a weighted lottery below that that does admissions? I'm trying to think through like how to put the two things together, but maintain a sibling preference.
Yeah, so there's a couple options actually available to maintain the sibling preference. And they're both exactly what you said, right? Which is a tiered system with multiple demographics in a particular tier. Again, you could use an and clause or an or clause to get at a cumulative effect, right? Or singular effect. I haven't seen any examples of tiered and weighted up to a certain threshold. I imagine that you could actually achieve your goals and your aims using one or the other, as long as you really were thoughtful about the justification for weights. That's something that we can explore.
So I'm just processing the discussion for today a little bit and wondering if, I think there are so many nuances when it comes to tiers and weights. And I'm thinking, I wonder if the conversation today is thinking about what we would ultimately like to see and how the priorities would land. And then the next step would be for the district to come back and say, we could do it as a weight and a tier to reach those objectives, or we can do it just as tiers to reach those objectives. So, where it's not relying on us to say we want to have a weight and we want it to be a 1. Like, I don't feel like that is in our lane necessarily.
Absolutely, sure.
Ours is just to give you the direction of what we'd like to see as the priorities, and then you could come back and let us know which of those lottery systems would apply to get to that end objective. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I would love to know kind of your vision, right? And also, ask you to assess risk, right? And things like that. That's why these questions are just really key, is because I don't expect you to be technical experts, nor am I, right, on algorithms or all of that kind of stuff. But really, as long as we have a vision and it's unified, that's something that we can really proactively work from. Trustee Wheeler.
Yes. So one of the things that was highly valuable in preparing for this presentation today was being able to look at the the other materials you prepared for us, showcased for us, and those are on the agenda page. And I think it's important in this discussion to talk about why anyone would want to attend one school or another. And, the presentation materials that you prepared for us or highlighted for us described, the same things over and over. So why, what are things that make it more or less likely that a parent will send their child to a choice school or a magnet school? And you referenced this earlier in your, this PowerPoint of recruitment and communication. But I think it's valuable to make use of those other success factors that were in those materials. And one of them was, and I wrote this down in my notes, transportation. So right now, this is a very esoteric discussion. What are things that we can do to have people go to different schools? But I think you need to, one, talk about why people would want to go to one school or another, and then another, barriers to attending a school or not. So, we talk about a lot of the value of parent involvement, parent participation, and especially registering for kindergarten. Information about, what are the schools like? What are the school communities like? Who else, and then try to have a conversation or start a conversation, keep conversations going about, who's going to what schools, encouraging people to go to what, one school or the other. And then ongoing when they get to that school, that we encourage, staying involved with your school.
I wasn't sure if there's a question in there, but I appreciate so much of what you said. I would say that that's absolutely top of mind. So I'm pretty sure that's the meat of your question, is that we're not just considering, right, the rote kind of changes in enrollment priorities and things like that, but we're considering multiple things. Mm-hmm. And I absolutely agree that that's going to be really important.
Did any other trustees have questions at this point?
I jotted down a question. Maybe this is a good time to ask it. So after the lottery takes place, and would there, if we, let's say, for example, we wanted to allot a number of seats or a percentage to a certain demographic, if that goal was not achieved, if we didn't have that number of applicants, do those seats stay? Can we keep reserve them through, the summer in case they fill up, or is would the seats be taken then by the sort of the next set of students, or is that something that we would decide on to as a board?
Yeah, that's determined by board direction, and that would be a quota. That's what you're describing.
Okay, unless any other trustees have questions at this point, I'm going to open it up for members of the public who may wish to have comment on this item. If there's a member of the public in attendance that wishes to comment, please raise your hand in Zoom. There's nobody on the phone. Okay, seeing none. What should we do? Do trustees have a preference on how we proceed? Do we want to move on to the next topic? Do you want to have a break for lunch?
Question, so President Blakely, is the next topic basically just board feedback on the questions, and that's it for today's agenda, right?
That's correct.
So basically, it's like, so are you asking if we do our board discussion and then basically take lunch home, or are we saying take lunch now and then do
I'm very flexible. I'm consulting you in terms of what your desires are.
I'm happy to continue going and waiting for lunch. I'm not sure how others feel.
So like usually in my life, I'm in the middle. So what I'd like to do is start discussion and then have lunch and then have more discussion.
That sounds fine. Why don't we start discussion and we'll figure out if there's a logical time to break. So did you want us to go through the considerations or the questions, or is there a theme that you want to start with?
So I think this could be a good jumping off point because honestly, I think this can lead us into a lot of different topics. So maybe we can just start with the first one, if that's amenable to you all, which is, given what we know about student demographics now, but also projections for future growth and trends in our community, what are your thoughts about what the demographics are going to look like in 5 to 10 years and how that might inform what we decide now?
Anybody want to? Trustee Conley beat Trustee Ramirez.
Barely. I mean, this is where we get on our crystal ball, right? And I think there are so many challenges in trying to predict what the future holds. We have seen a gradual decrease in the student population who are socioeconomically disadvantaged and Hispanic and Latino in our school district. And I assume that trend is going to continue because the economic and racial and ethnic makeup of Mountain View itself is changing. If we look at, in every case, our school population is intimately tied to our housing stock here in the city and our housing segregation or integration as it is based on income. And so if we look at the projected housing that's coming online in the future, yes, we will continue to get students, but it is not going to ensure the same number of low income students, even with the below market rate set asides that the city is trying to do. It's just not comparable. So I think we're going to keep seeing that decrease. We've also seen an increase in our city population, in our Asian population, but not as much in our school district yet. It's interesting that we've seen that increase mirrored at Stevenson, but not necessarily district-wide. But I do think that our Asian student population may continue to increase over time. And again, I think the socioeconomic diversity of the district is just going to decrease.
And then the follow-up question that can directly relate as well is then based on that, what kind of flexibility do you want to have in terms of policy? But thank you very much for that.
Trustee Berman?
Sure. I would agree with, the points that Trustee Conley made. And I think too, Trustee Chang's point when he noted the 35% of unduplicated students, that was already a 10% drop. In 5 years, I think he said it was 2016 was 10% higher than it is now. So I think it would behoove us to look at these, whatever weights or tiers, we look at those numbers to see what they're producing, in comparison with the demographics of our community, because it's a really big shift in 5 years. So I think waiting 10 years would be too long. Waiting 5 years, perhaps that's enough, or perhaps it's looking year to year. So I think it will be something we have to look at regularly.
Trustee Chang?
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues that these numbers are changing so much, and kind of when Director Henderson was asking about the follow-up about like how much flexibility do we need then? It's like I feel like I was looking at what some of the other schools around us, like particularly charter schools like Bullis are doing. And Bullis did a tier pre-reduced lunch 10%, and I was thinking in our case, if we had free reduced lunch, actually we had our unduplicated. So if we did our free reduced lunch and foster and and our English learners, our duplicated numbers are 34% right now, right? It's like if we had just put up there that said that our first tier is everyone who's not unduplicated, they're basically going to get in if we put it as a first tier. I think it would take years for us to get to our district average of even getting to our 34% of what we are now. So it's like, and by the time we get there, who knows what that number will be, right? So it's like, I think that's something really powerful of us not even trying to predict the numbers and just going out there and saying, you know what? Tier 1 is our unduplicated, since such a clean message that if you are a free reduced lunch, English language learner, or a foster child, you will get in. That's simple. And I think that gives us the flexibility that Dr. Henderson is asking if we need. And then we don't have to worry about these demographic numbers or anything. And if we reach a case where the enrollment in our choice program, and in particular here, I've been talking about Stevenson, is way higher than our district, I think that question would be years out. And I think at that point, we can look at, do we need to put numbers into things? You know, so it's like, I think that there's something, I think that's a conversation that can happen later and be much easier to get recruitment if we just say, what's our priority? And I think it's going to take us years to get there.
Trustee Wheeler, and then I have some comments as well.
Okay, so this is the first time I've heard anybody say that they want the population at Stevenson to be the same as the free and reduced lunch in the whole school district. So I've got two things to say about that. One, it's hard for me to think about having Stevenson be 34% free and reduced price lunch. And the other thing I want to say is, you know, we talk about, and I talk about, reasons why people go to certain schools. There's each of our choice schools are predicated on models of teaching and models of instruction. So, and a lot of people, such as me, are interested in like the PACT model, or, you know, I've got two parents here who are interested in the dual immersion model. So those are different things. So if you're a parent in the district who's interested in this model, I don't think we should say you get in after you know, this demographic. So I am very interested in increasing the diversity, particularly at Stevenson. You know, I've said in the past, you know, my observation is that in general at Mistral, this takes care of itself. But at Stevenson, you know, as we see, there are not very many low-income kids and low-income parents. And this gets back to what I was saying before, is how do you let low-income parents know about this program? You know, what's the value of this program? How can we help you get there if you want to? But, you know, if I'm a parent in a different neighborhood school area, I want to be able to get my child into that program or have a chance to get into that program. You know, so if you talk about it, I've said before too, I'm very much in favor of having a sibling preference. So, and I really appreciate that chart that you provided for us of, you know, it's not just Stevenson and Mistral who have siblings who go there. It's all of our schools. You know, it's a value that parents have, that, you know, have all their children go to the same school for a variety of reasons, you know, carpooling, that kind of thing. So I understand the, you know, the simplicity of what you offered trustee Chang, but I absolutely don't want the number one priority to be free and reduced price lunch. So, and one of the things I talked with Ms. Henderson over the break, I appreciate the complexity of the various models that you presented to us, because for years and years and years, I've been operating under the model of, just a ranked choice, selection. And now I understand the value of weights, and I could, I can see that, and I welcome that discussion today. But I've already laid my cards out on the table for a couple of these. I think siblings should be, top. Current students should be top. One of the things we've talked about for a long time, and I'd like to hear from teachers and staff about this. This has been a recruitment model for teachers in our district, that teachers were given a priority to get into this school. So, and that's where I like the idea of weights and not just 1, 2, 3, 4. But you did an excellent job of showing us research about the value of integration. I think a lot of Stevenson parents understand that, that they want to have a more integrated school. So our question today is how to get to a more integrated school. But, that's lots of words to say, I don't want the first criteria to be, have 34% free and reduced price lunch students at Stevenson on purpose.
So these questions are all about demographics and predictions. I would like to see Stevenson in particular, because Mistral already does, but more generally reflect the demographics of the district. But I also don't want to shove it down anybody's throat. I think we have wonderful schools. I chose not to go to Stevenson. It wasn't Stevenson then. I had a lot of friends that were saying, come. And I'm like, it wasn't the right fit. In fact, our preschool teacher said, there's a lot of people roaming around in that class. Your kid needs a top dog or he's going to divide and conquer everybody. And that finally, like I was considering a number of schools, and at the time there were a lot of, you could likely get into whichever school we had more open enrollment. It just wasn't right for my family. It's a wonderful program. It wasn't right for us. And so by putting a priority of top priority of free and reduced or some other, low, the SED, I think that somehow is saying the district values this program more than our other schools or something like that. So I don't want to try to get into that value judgment. I think it is for families to make the decision. And like you said, Trustee Wheeler, there's certain educational approach that's sort of the underpinnings of that school. And, that may be right for some families and not right for others. And that's all well and good. But I would like to find a way to make it look a little bit more the parity so that it looks more like our district does. But in some ways, I don't think, so this is my bias, that lotteries at all are the main way to go about that. We saw when the Bullis organization tried to form a new charter in our district, and they kept saying, well, we want, this is going to be great for language learners and low economic kids. And we really want, that's why we want to open a school in your zone, because we want more of those kids. And I think it's because the county had suggested that they needed more of those kids. But in any event, their marketing was not to those families. They didn't go to the churches. They didn't go. I walked into a Chamber of Commerce meeting and they were pitching the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. That is not where you are likely to find a lot of lower socioeconomic, language learners in our community. And they were just going about it all wrong. And that's an extreme example. I'm grateful that at Stevenson, we have this parent diversity group. And I feel like there's been some deep work and outreach. And I see that Principal Santiago has been listening to our whole meeting today. I know he's very involved in that work, and I'm grateful for that. So my personal kind of view is that it's more about the other things and not just our enrollment priorities. And we've mentioned transportation, and I think that will probably come up again. But in terms of just the goal, I would like there to be more parity with what the district looks like. And as far as the demographics to this question, I'd like it to be able to adapt. It is going to change. You started with 2015. My kids started in this district in 2001, and something like, most of our schools were Title I schools at that point in time, including the school that my children attended. And it's by far from a Title I school at this point. So I'd like us to adapt. It may shift. I mean, we're assuming gentrification, that there will be fewer lower socioeconomic people living here, but that may change over time too. The only thing we can count on is change. Things ebb and flow. And I feel like we need to kind of adapt to whatever that is. So that's my perspective on this. Trustee Conley.
I think Trustee Chang had a response, so I'll let him go first.
Sorry, I think when I said it, when I was saying that number that our current unduplicated was 34%, I think maybe some of my colleagues were thinking I was saying that we need to somehow artificially push the school to be there. What I'm saying is that if we have any choice school that's under 34%, it warrants a conversation that we have a choice school that does not reflect the community diversity of our community. So I agree. I think that we're on the same page there. When it comes to the actual numbers of socially economically disadvantaged families that apply, when we were looking at that wait list, that there's only 11% of the wait list is, if we had a tier 1 saying that socioeconomically disadvantaged families were first to get in, it would have only meant a change of 6 students. Unless, and I think that if we did more recruitment and we changed transportation, I think we would get a lot more. But changing to tier 1 wouldn't immediately mean that 34% Stevenson is socioeconomically disadvantaged. Changing it to tier 1, adding in a tier for socioeconomically disadvantaged would have just meant 6 extra kids at this moment. Who knows in the future? But I think that so I just want to put that, and it's also that it's still a choice school. So it's not like would be putting at tier 1 would not mean we're taking any family that didn't want to already be there. It would still mean that they applied for a choice school. It would still mean that they would have to fit they agreed with the philosophy of that choice school, because it's not pulling random socioeconomically disadvantaged families. It would simply be saying families who had already identified that this is a choice school they want to go to, and it just guarantees that they got in. And in this case, it would just mean 6 extra students. So if our goal is to diversify, I think 6 extra students getting in, I think is putting us in the right direction, in addition to addressing the issues like transportation and other things that were represented in Dr. Hammond's document about the doors of access. I think those are really good conversations for the community to have about how do we, make the curriculum and more inclusion and transportation. But on the board level, us just saying, let's just make it a lot easier for disadvantaged kids to get in, I think wouldn't disrupt the program. And I think would set the playing field for all the harder conversations about the doors of access in that excellent document by Dr. Hammond.
Trustee Conley.
Yeah, so I think this is, this is one of the really challenging things, right? When we look at, I'm just going to be, extremely frank. When we look at being able to approve a policy and see change at the school site level, especially if we want to see Stevenson have more parity with the rest of the district, the place where we are going to get the largest pushback and outcry is around sibling priority. And I think everybody on the board acknowledges the pressure and perils of that issue. When it comes to the students that we're trying to support having more of at Stevenson, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our Hispanic and Latino students, even our special education students, sibling priority does matter to those families too. It matters perhaps even more because of issues around transportation and because of issues around building community. When we look at integration using different policies, all of that great research that we read around magnet schools, a lot of that is actually based on high schools. And so not having a sibling priority in a high school setting is a whole different ballgame than in an elementary school setting. And I would argue that in an elementary school settings, like they are family schools. And so that is why I lean toward keeping the sibling priority, but I also understand that means slower change. I would like to maintain the sibling priority, but I would also like to then below that in some way weight the lottery or tier the lottery or whatever to preference having a school that, as you pointed out, Trustee Ching, could be representative of our district and have up to, you know, in this current iteration, 34% low-income student or unduplicated students. And I would argue when we talk about people choosing a model for their families, I know both of these schools intimately. I've taught at Stevenson and I have a child at Mistral. I would argue that part of the choice of the model is actually about parent outreach and engagement and access to the application process and feeling included and integrated in the community and valued in the community as much as it is about the specific education model. And I say this because when I was teaching at Stevenson, and then even now I hear it from parents at Stevenson, there are a core group of parents who choose the school site because of the parent participation model that it was based on and began with, and because of the project-based learning. But there's also a significant and some would argue growing proportion of the Stevenson population that starts out by just looking at test scores in the district and saying, look, this is the highest performing school in the district, or one of them. I don't live in the highest performing school zone. I want my child to have the best. I'm going to enroll in the lottery. I'm going to sign up for the lottery for Stevenson. So as much as I would like to say it's about a model, I think that it's not always about a model, frankly. And we need to acknowledge that. And part of where we acknowledge that is within how we rank and arrange these tiers. If I had my druthers, I would wave my magic wand, and next year, Stevenson would be representative of our district. We would have provided professional development for all of the teachers there I know they've had training in culturally responsive teaching, but we would have, done some really intensive training about having more economically and racially integrated classrooms than are currently at the school site. We would have done significant parental outreach to our low-income student population and community within the district to really beef up applications. We would have transportation. We would be providing transportation for low-income students. We would also be providing for all of our unduplicated students after-school programming district-wide. Like, those are the things I'd like to see happen. But to get there, I don't want to cut sibling priority. I do want to figure out any ways we can weight things. And I do want to do all of the other hard work. And I want to bring the current parents at Stevenson with us, because it comes down to school culture. And if the parents we're trying to attract to the program do not feel like it's a safe place for them, or a place where they are welcome or valued, if they hear messaging like we heard in some of the public comments in the fall about these people aren't as invested in their children, like, that's just not true. And I went from teaching at Stevenson, this project-based parent participation program, I went to a rocket ship charter school, 85% low-income Spanish-speaking kids. And I did project-based learning in my classroom because I learned all of those skills. It also was a parent participation model, but it was something like 30 hours a year. It wasn't every single week, but most of my parents did help in some way every week, not necessarily in the classroom. Maybe it was after school, maybe it was in materials prep, but everyone was engaged. We had parent education nights, just like you do at Stevenson. And those kids, I made over a year and a half worth of growth in that. When I had the highest outcomes for kindergarten math students across the entire network of that charter school organization that year, using project-based learning and relying on parents. So I think that Stevenson's model can absolutely serve our low-income students and our Spanish-speaking students, and they should have access to it and equal representation in the program. But I think getting there is the art of trying to achieve this, and I think we're all on the same page on like trying to figure out how to do that.
Well, I agree completely with Trustee Conley's comments. I think the only thing that I wanted to, for the record, wanted to say that I agree with those priorities, with keeping the sibling priority first for all the reasons that she mentioned. I think it would be a hardship for the families we're trying to recruit to keep them at that school or make them want to apply to that school if they didn't have that. Of course, transportation. And one more thing to add, and it just escaped my memory. So give me a minute and I will come back to it. I want to sort of reinforce that idea of, really clarifying for families what these programs are, making sure they understand, because I think that's true. They do rely on which are the highest performing schools in our community, and let's go there. I think that it would help our entire community to really define our two options and how they serve our students, what the benefits are, and the types of families that might be drawn to them, and really focusing on that recruitment effort and having, fostering that sense of belonging from the very first step when we are out there to recruit, and being really mindful of who those messengers are out in the community that are trying to spread that message. And I did have one more comment. When it comes back to me, I will make it.
Trustee Tim and then Trustee Wheeler, and then I'm going to jump in.
Okay, I'll try to make this real brief. I all agree with my colleagues that of keeping sibling preference first. I think that keeping sibling preference first leads us to, I urge us to keep it as a tiered system. A tiered system would speak to the families that their siblings will get in. If we start moving to a weighted category, that's just a weight in there's a statistical chance they get bad luck and not get it. And then if we start to do a tiered and a weight, I think the more complicated we make the system, the harder it is to build community trust in a system. Mm-hmm. So I think that the cleaner system, the better. So I would think that if we did keep sibling preference first, and I support our colleagues on that, I think we keep with the tiered structure and just make second socioeconomically disadvantaged. And when it comes to criteria, I think that the numbers we already track are unduplicated is good, because then we have benchmarks. So when they're asking us, do we look at like college attendance and all those things, we're moving into categories of data that we don't statistically collect for other reasons. But for federal reasons and state requirements, we already collect information on free reduced lunch, English learners, and foster. It's our unduplicated number. We even have a name for it, right? So if we put that just as our second tier, at this moment, it would be very incremental, right? That would have just netted us 6 extra kids. Over time, if we're successful, that may make it that it'd be really hard for Stevenson to get in for families who have no kids in it. And that would lend to the question of, if we have so many families who aren't getting into Stevenson, if it is about the program choice, then maybe with the broader conversation is, what programmatic things are happening at Stevenson? Do we need to look deeply about ensuring that other schools are offering as well? But putting that aside, I think that I hear 2 colleagues say they want to go to a weighted system, and weights make me really nervous, because weights don't provide certainty to anyone. See, if I was a family who was if I was a working family and I was from a socioeconomically disadvantaged background, if I got into Stevenson, I want to know that my siblings' kids also are certain. But then when you go to a weighted system, there's uncertainty there. But in a tiered system, we can say siblings tiered. They know they're going to get in. I think if we let families know that already, I think a lot of families would apply if they knew that they're not breaking up their family. The whole family can go. And then just put it as number 2. So I just think, I think that would do a lot. I don't know if people, I just hear a bunch of colleagues talk about weights, and I don't know if anyone wants to speak up for tiered system or not.
Well, I was going to go next, and I'll say, so I think all of us up here believe that we want to take steps to diversify Stevenson. So, I was going to say, I take second place to no one up here, but that's not fair because I think all of us up here believe that. So I think when you talk about weights, what we're talking about is, and I really appreciated your description of proxies. So, definitely, yes, rank siblings up, but a proxy for what we want at Stevenson, are these factors, that we were describing. So, and one way to determine that value is parent education level. So, I encourage the district to look at, various methods to get at the kind of parents and students that we're trying to attract. I want to say a couple of things. So I spent a lot of time last night on the district website looking at the school videos for each one of the schools. So how do the schools describe themselves? What do they look like? If I were a brand new parent to the district, what school, looks attractive or appealing? And I'll tell you, all of the districts, all of the schools looked attractive and appealing. And, the principals and the parents talked about, parent participation, project-based learning, all this sort of stuff. They looked great. And then I looked at, speak to you with a lot of Stevenson parents and principal. I looked at the website for Stevenson. If I didn't know what Stevenson already was, or if I were not a parent who was already ready to go there, I wouldn't know what they were talking about. And I'll say it was very interesting to me. I was in a meeting with a bunch of, white grandmotherly types of League of Women Voters members. And we were talking about Stevenson. And I, so what is it? Nobody knew what it was. What's the model? Nobody knew what it was. So I started to describe it. And college educated grandmothers, admittedly, didn't know what I was talking about. So I'm thinking about, so if you try to make a presentation of why would someone want to send their child to Stevenson, try to make it easier. Try to make that describe what the program is easier so that parents can understand, okay, I'll put my child on a bus to go to this school, because right now it just seems a lot of inside baseball to me.
Interesting. I was just going to say my overall approach to this is kind of what are our goals, and my goal is increasing diversity and parity, which I think a lot of us have said. And I tend to agree with Trustee Chang about maybe we just add another category or add a category to one of the categories to boost that a little bit, because it just does start getting very complicated if you do all these and or limits. But maybe if we're trying to make it flexible to adapt over time, it may be that you have to impose some regulators. I don't know that we're there right now, like limits, but I view our role as trustees as more setting the goal and the figuring out how to do it. I mean, a lot of this, it's been a few years since I've had math. It's pretty technical, and I rely on your expertise. Obviously, you've done a lot of research, as has Dr. Rudolph. I remember when this came up last fall, he's like, you really want to go there? It's going to be very complicated. And I now appreciate why. I trusted you before that was true. And now, having read these 3 studies and all, I agree. So I won't say agnostic. I'd love to add another category or do something so that the lottery system is reflective of our goal, that's one of the goals. But I think the really hard work is, which has already been started, is with some of these other things, like the outreach and also possibly transportation. I don't think that's what we're looking at today. But if there were a way to provide transportation for the unduplicated students who were in attendance, I think the transportation could be a huge barrier. And we've talked about this in transportation also. It's not just getting your kids there, it's the parents want to feel part of the school community. So it's to the parent evening things and the, you know, the walkathons and the Halloween, whatever they do with the cars at Stevenson, and, you know, the various school activities. So that's my view.
I was just going to say it would be reasonable for a board of trustees to request options. Right? Like, because I know that it's not, you know, I appreciate that it is a very technical and complex process. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to say, these are our goals. We're not experts on how to get there, but we'd like to learn about the different ways to get there.
Well, and I also think just we have to keep in mind also ease of administration. Because if we set up something that's so complicated, that's going to take a full staff person, you know, all year, every year to do, or from January on, that I think undercuts our desire to make it reasonably, you know, similar to administer from just the overall enrollment in new kinders it's a big job, but I don't want to get too carried away. Trustee Conley, you've had your light on, and then Trustee Berman has her light on.
Yeah, so I don't want to be too prescriptive about, I'm not ready to pick something today as our actual mechanism within the lottery system. But I would really, and that includes like unduplicated versus these other indicators, because we have the advantage of the information that we're going to get from the enrollment process this year. What I would really love to see come back is, all right, these are the things that the board was interested in. Here are your different options, and let's run these with the numbers that we have. I know that weighting sounds complicated, but when it comes to parity, that is one place where we could actually put parity in. I'm uncertain personally if how that would all play out until I see some numbers with like the different mechanism or criteria that we have for the different student tiers. Like there's a step we haven't taken yet before I want to pick one. But I'm really, really excited to see us moving in this direction and to have the board be in this direction. I want to speak to, are we ready for question number 2 in the middle yet?
I think Trustee Berman
Okay.
had something she wanted to say. You're okay.
Oh, okay. I want to speak to the middle question, which I think it's our short and long-term goals of the district related to school integration as we look at future growth and changes over time. We know that at some point, we're going to end up having to update school boundaries, right? Because, oh, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so when I said I'm somebody who likes things in the middle, you know, let's have discussion and then lunch and then
before I lunch?
discussion.
Okay.
It's 12 o'clock and it sounds like we're going into another round of discussion. I would propose that we break for lunch and then, you know, tackle this second round of discussion after lunch.
That's fine with me.
Thank you. Does 15 minutes, like come back at 12:15? Does that make sense? It's 11:58. 12:20. Okay, so at 11:58, the meeting is adjourned until 12:20, when we'll come back after a quick lunch break. Thank you. At 12:34 p.m., the special meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees is reconvened. So Trustee Conley, you were beginning to discuss the second point on the considerations on finding what is right for MVWSD.
Yes, the short and long-term goals of the district related to school integration, which is as we look at future growth, what kind of integration are we looking for in our schools? And how does it impact how we craft policy around the enrollment lotteries? So when we project out in the future, we kind of already talked about what we think some of the changes coming down the road for the city of Mountain View are. One of the things that I think is a real, it's a high tension point in school policy anywhere is the relationship between schools and housing. And I've mentioned in other venues that like we do have housing segregation within Mountain View and within California, and that segregation also leads to school segregation when we have neighborhood schools. The place that I worry about the most, or the school site that I worry about the most, is Castro Elementary School. And we have a high concentration of low-income students at that school and Hispanic and Latino students at that school who are effectively segregated just into one school site. Mistral has the second highest Hispanic Latino population in the district. And so when I think about the future, I don't imagine that we would ever get to a place where each separate school site is a perfectly representative microcosm of the district. I know, when we look at what San Francisco Unified School District tried to do with their diversity index, it didn't work. And then they've gone to like a full choice application model for anywhere now. And that's resegregating even more. The one thing that I would like to be really mindful though of in the future is trying to figure out how to desegregate Castro versus trying to fully integrate every single school in the district. How can we desegregate Castro some? And I'm not, that's way down the line, I think, as we address boundaries, but that is something that I think about constantly is like, we have this high poverty concentration school and community that I think we need to better serve.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I actually brought this up in an email to Superintendent Rudolph over the last couple of days, and I didn't know if we would have an opportunity to discuss this. And it may be just too much to think about right now, but it's related to this, and it's related exactly to what you just said. So, you talk about magnet schools and, different school models. One way that schools get integrated is when you bring in students. So a way to get Castro to be less segregated is to bring in more non-Hispanic students. And a way you do that is with attractive magnets. So the suggestion I made to Superintendent Rudolph in my email is, are we a school district where we have enough capacity or population to have a third choice school? But we could have Castro become a STEAM academy. And I think there would be a number of parents from outside of that school area who would be interested in that model. They'd be interested, if we could, do research on, top-notch STEAM academies, top-notch professional development and teachers and excited principal who's interested in this. At the very least, you'd get a kind of a more enriched experience for those current Castro students. And I also think that a number of non-Castro neighborhood families would be attracted to that model, particularly, since we're such a tech-heavy district. Now, that may not be so, but it's a way to integrate schools.
Could I also just punt out there a Mandarin dual immersion model? So there would be a Spanish dual immersion model and a Mandarin dual immersion model?
Yeah, except and that idea has been bounced around for a long time. I don't think a Mandarin immersion model serves the most of the students at Castro School. So yes, it would be useful for Hispanic students to get a third language, but I don't think it's a natural fit for them. Whereas a STEAM academy is something that those students could use right now, and I think, like I say, I think a number of people would attend that school. I think Mandarin it's like creating a program without thinking about the population of the school. So, I mean, I'm interested, I'm willing to, entertain that idea. And I also think, so a STEAM or a Mandarin could make a difference in the diversity at Stevenson, because as you know, some parents who enroll their children at Stevenson choose it because of the test scores, not necessarily because of the model. But anyway, you brought up the issue, and that's a real solution.
I'd like to speak on this topic. Thank you. The district has visited this topic on numerous occasions, most recently in depth when the boundaries were redrawn in 17, 18. I can't remember when exactly that was, but there was a lot of study. And there was that bub triangle, for example, that's across El Camino from Cost Plus, talk about, which is very close to Castro, because it's just you cross near La Escuela, moving that group over, or taking part of Shoreline West, which these days is less Hispanic. That has not always been true. And putting that there, and part of it, the constraint was just the size of the school and the number of seats. And just some of these other configurations of moving neighborhoods didn't work. But I think this is something we need to remain sensitive to. But I am also concerned about putting in a third magnet, both just in terms of the capacity or a third choice program of the district, but also I don't want to be paternalistic. The Castro, there used to be a dual immersion strand at Castro and then the regular strand. And many of the families who send their children to Castro, they wanted an English only traditional regular program. They didn't necessarily want a lot of fancy bells and whistles. They weren't interested specifically in the dual immersion program. I think they were more interested in English only. So perhaps a STEAM program would serve that end. But I think before we make any, deep dives into the going in directions like that, I would absolutely want to do a lot of community outreach and speak with the families that live there, because I don't want to just sort of impose on them something that we think might be cool in order to integrate. Chris? Oh, I'm sorry. Laura had her button on first.
So I think, so Trustee Wheeler, thank you for acknowledging that, I think that you want to think of something different for Castro, because, the unintended consequences of having neighborhood schools and sort of the housing segregation that we see is that you have a high concentration of high SED students and our Latino families that are concentrated in one school. And I mean, I think that makes a lot of us very uncomfortable when we have such a stark difference from one neighborhood to the next. And we know what the research is telling us, and all of the great articles that you attach that I encourage everybody to read. And I want us to continue to sort of ground ourselves in sort of the why it's critical to integrate our schools and to have more diverse communities in our schools, and sort of really continuing to look at that community and the Castro community and how we can continue to ask ourselves how we can best support that community, knowing that when there's a high concentration of SED students, of our language learners, that has long-term implications for those students and those families for generations. So it's a responsibility we have to think about how we can continue to best serve them and give them options that they don't have simply because of the only choice of where they have to live in this community. And so I think it could be a continued conversation. I don't know what that would look like to add a third option, but I agree that that's true, that I think that community there my hunch is too, that they are looking for an English only option, and maybe it's a STEAM option. I'm not really sure. So the point I wanted to also make is just, continuing the work around the why, and thinking about our programs too, with somehow relating, like the city schools link that you sent, has really the vision and the mission of our schools to integrate them, and the why that's so critical, and how we're going to embed that into the work that we do, I think is super important. And I think one of the questions I have too is, what does this mean for Mistral? I think that we sort of have Stevenson on our mind because it's where we need to do a lot more of that integration work. And we do see a high number of students that are Latino and SED at Mistral and making the choice to go to Mistral, likely because of the proximity to where that community lives. So I'm just wondering, I'm thinking out loud and I don't have my answer yet. What does the lottery look like for Mistral? Like, is there any change that we want to see at that school? If the idea is, something where we have like a dual community of language learners and English native speakers and non-native speakers, because it's that sort of that community together that helps them achieve the target language. What does the lottery look like at that school if there's some sort of objective that we're trying to reach by the time they finish 5th grade?
I just kind of want to follow up on something that Trustee Berman said, and also what Trustee Wheeler said. I think that our current policy seems to be working quite on the issue of diversity, has been working for Mistral. So I think that as we are looking at what could diversify and work on Stevenson, I think it's mindful for us that we do have, whatever we do, we have to see how it impacts other schools as well, especially when it's working. Trustee Wheeler mentioned the thing about the other choice programs, and I think it is an important conversation to have, because of what are families wanting in Mountain View, and why are they applying to choice programs? Because while it's not directly tied to enrollment, it's like it helps feed into the question of why families are choosing certain schools. And I actually think there's a lot of demand for more choice, and particularly on the issue of like Mandarin immersion. Sunnyvale is now exploring immersion school. I'm not sure if our colleagues have been following that. Redwood City already has an immersion choice school. Palo Alto does as well. So that makes 3 of our neighboring school districts having a Mandarin program. And we have, among all those districts, we have the fastest growing Chinese population among all these communities. It's actually soon to be our largest minority group in Mount Dewey-Wisman. So I think that alone, on an equity issue of, if we have families of certain cultures speaking of wanting us to discuss those choices, I think it warrants a conversation. And I think that we're at a place, their choice, definitely, I think we should, be looking at our issues of equity and how could it feed into that, and in that case, I think, looking at a choice school in Castro makes a lot of sense. If it can help us diversify that school, I think a choice school at Castro makes a lot of sense, additional choice school. But I just, when I look at our growth, I don't know if it's, I know we have a retreat coming up, but then I feel like in some place all this stuff feeds together. We're talking about needing new schools in the future, and now there's talking. This first time I've ever heard, at least since I've been on the board, of us talking about even perhaps another choice school, and we're making, so I just wonder, it'd be interesting to have a conversation where we just talk about what do we pie in the sky think, and what does community want Mount Dewey-Wisman in the most ambitious sense look like. I think so something that's not compartmentalized, but just the big picture of where do the parents and the residents want this district to look like? Where do we want the district to look like? I think we have a pretty cool broad conversation, because it kind of peaks out in all these compartmentalized talks. But I don't know if someplace in the future we could have just a broad format conversation.
So you talk about the health of Mistral, and Mistral is, a jewel of our school district. A lot of very enthusiastic parents, with sometimes good test scores. I don't know the answer to this, but I wonder how many English-speaking parents who enthusiastically send their children to Mistral would choose Mistral, Spanish-speaking, over a Mandarin program. So my understanding is, the English-speaking parents send their children there because they want their child to have, grow up with a second language and, more diverse culture. But I worry that between the choice of Mandarin and Spanish, would 99% of them still choose Spanish. So, so we talked about this a long time ago about where do you place choice schools, and where is there room for a choice school? So, and this may be more of a conversation than we want to have today, but I'm glad we're at least, raising these questions in the public.
Trustee Wheeler, I'm reminded that this actually was not, choice schools were not, or adding choice school was not an agendized topic. So
bullet number 2 is short and long-term goals of district related to school integration. So school integration is also encompassed with how do you integrate Castro and Mistral. So I would strongly argue that this conversation is entirely relevant.
But for enrollment purposes, you're talking about how to write the policy that can sustain.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is really about the policy sort of make digital. If you want to talk about future choice schools or choice options.
sorry, I can't hear you, Trustee Conley.
Can I weave things back together really quickly then to kind of pull us back in?
Yes, and I sort of interrupted Trustee Wheeler. I didn't mean to cut you off mid-sentence. I was just hearing that Brown Act. But if you wanted to just finish your thought quickly and then Trustee Conley, or perhaps you were done, Trustee Wheeler?
I believe that when we have conversations about things that are agendized, that things that come up naturally in the conversation on an agendized item are appropriate. So that's my point of view. I understand, and that's why I'm saying I don't know if we want to continue the conversation today, but I think what we want is to come to a common understanding about what we want to do about our current choice schools and what lotteries, but in related issue, how do you integrate schools is what we were just talking about.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Conley.
I was just going to try and weave everything back together in the sense that if we're looking at lottery preferences now for our 2 existing schools, and we're thinking about eventually, there could be other things on the horizon, say a decade from now. It is important that we lean towards a lottery system that is going to be flexible long-term, which is why I keep coming back to this idea of parity with the district around unduplicated count or whatever other race and economic indicators that we could do. Because in any of these school sites, we need to do that. And then, am I wrong in thinking that the question also pertained to eventually looking at boundary changes or no? I mean, that's why I went off in that direction, but maybe not.
The question is really about how do you create a policy that is sustainable for long term? And so so the conversation around changing demographics and its impact on unduplicated, and if the board's desire is for both choice schools to mirror, right, the demographics, then what suggestions or what ideas do you have around what will be viable for the long term versus what other types of choice schools may attract people? That's a different conversation. But what we're looking for is, like, if you say unduplicated is the metric, knowing that it's always sort of changing, then that gives us a key. Because what we're looking for is, like, as we run the scenario this fall, we need to be able to predict, does this particular thing meet the goal of the board?
Mhm.
And it's not to say that a different program isn't a conversation that you should have, but we can't predict the impact of a future program that hasn't been voted on. And so that becomes a completely different exercise.
Right.
But what we can predict is, if you say, we have an interest to make sure that the demographics are close, special education, EL, unduplicated at both of our schools, then we can come back later on in a month or two and say, in order to accomplish this particular item, these are the things we believe. And from a long-term standpoint, we think these will hold up, even if you see an increase in Asians. So to take Chris's point, right, it's agnostic to the program, but it is, this approach would be sufficient enough to capture increases in Asian populations, or decreases in Latino population, or increase in unduplicated. And so I guess what we're trying to say is, just stay away from here's what the program, and go back to the priorities that sort of exist. And even if in your mind you have, like, another program will help to attract, you still have the ultimate question of, there's a policy that has to be enacted in order to make admission into this school fair or not fair, right? And what criteria do you feel like, even if every school was a choice school, would create a fair approach, or give every single population an equal opportunity or standing in order to enter?
So I will then clarify and say, I am interested in a system at the choice schools that the goal is at a minimum, representative unduplicated count or other racial and economic indicators that we could use. It's not necessarily use the word mirror, and I don't think mirroring is the approach that I'm interested in. I don't think it needs to exactly mirror the overall every population in the district, but like, at a minimum, some of that racial and economic integration. And I think that, especially if we look at transportation down the line and we do targeted outreach, one of the consequences of changing the lottery is that we may see Castro Elementary School families who end up at Stevenson. And that might lead to more racial and economic integration at Castro Elementary as kind of one of the possible outcomes of how we go about doing this.
May I ask a question? We're talking about the race could be race, and we're not allowed, probably, it's probably
Yes.
compelling state interest, not enough to just
Right. Race
look
neutral.
at race only. But on the current demographic sheet, Ms. Strahl has 3.18% Asian students, whereas the district total is 22.73. And so it's almost, the 1 to 7, a seventh. I'm just wondering, is that an area that we're interested in? Because we keep talking about Hispanics at Stevenson, but are we interested in also in trying to do things to bring Asian students, more Asian students to Mistral? Trustee Chang?
Thank you. While I understand like discussing the details of what future choice programs may look like, it should be something that perhaps I think hopefully would be agendized in the future. 3 trustees have been kind of wade into that territory. I'm really glad that President Conley brought that. President Blakely brought up the point of view about the 3% students at Mistral are Asian. It is something worth discussing because, like,
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
the fact that our districts Dr. Roth, are Asians? I don't know the current demographics or current enrollment. Are they our largest minority group yet in the district? Because they're trending in that direction.
Second largest, I believe.
Just by what percentage
If
points?
you look at the district total on the bottom of page 6, we have
I see. Thank you. Yeah, so
36% are Hispanic Latino and 22% are Asian and 24% are white.
oh, yes. So Latina students are still our largest minority group. Thank you for that clarification. I think that discussions in the future, of looking at things like Mandarin and how that could help diversify a school campus site. I think that it would play into a conversation of how could Mistral or how could that campus be more reflective of the district's demographics. I think a choice program there, a discussion of that could play into that. I wonder if actually that took me my train of thought. I'll pass it back to you, and because I forgot what I was about to say.
So we know that sibling priority is like paramount, right? So that came clear that you want that more, that the desire to maintain that exceeds the desire to have it equally, right? Because you want to make sure that families that get in have an opportunity, regardless of where they come from, have an opportunity to have all their kids in that particular school. So it sounds like the second one has to deal with either something around unduplicated or free and reduced lunch or ethnicity or something like that, which will have an impact on both schools. If the goal is for it to mirror or to get closer to mirroring, right, it will impact both schools. And it does mean that both schools have some work to do in terms of reaching out to populations that are not currently being served at the same level. And so in this case, at Mistral, increasing the number of Asian students, whether there's a desire to go there, could lead to possible programmatic changes, as instead of it being a single door immersion school, it may become a multiple, right? I mean, there's lots of different possibilities, but the key here is that if the board's desire is for choice schools to mirror or to be close to the district's demographics, then staff will have to find ways to meet that policy sort of approach. And that can be done under a multitude of ways, from recruitment all the way down to possible other types of change.
Dr. Ruff, you just remind me what I forgot I was about to say, and I see Trustee Lee wants to jump in real quick. You reminded me, what I was thinking of is that rather than us looking at individual choice schools and seeing if that reflects the demographics of our community, another metric that could be useful is just looking at all our choice schools together, do our choice programs. So if we take our demographics of Mistral and Stevenson, put it together, that, and there could be an interesting way to look at, do those reflect our community rather than, so in case, because programmatic choices will sometimes appeal to one community group over another, it may not be fair to say that every choice program has to always reflect the full diversity of Mountain View Westman on issues on all the fronts. I think that, but do our choice programs as a whole. And the other part of that is that as we are generating more demand for a school like Stevenson, we are increasing the seats at Stevenson. So as we are more successful in wanting to get more diverse families to apply to Stevenson, there will be that long-term question of, so siblings get in, let's say some level of whatever prioritization of socioeconomically disadvantaged families, there's already a wait list of families who don't get in. So there's an interesting future question about, we're creating more demand, but not more supply, right? So what do we do with the increasing number of families that don't get into Stevenson? Because like, if we keep siblings there, if we get a really successful, if we reflect the demographics of our district, which I hope, and I like what Trustee Connolly said about using the unduplicated. I am mindful that Bullis uses just free reduced lunch, and Design Tech, another very popular school that has to turn families away, they too only use free reduced lunch. So I'm wondering why those two schools chose to only look at that metric. They chose not to look at race. They chose not to look at language. They just use free reduced lunch as their means to get at SED families. So I'm curious why they only did that. But I like what President Connolly said there. But if we do that, that's all of Stevenson, perhaps, right? So it's like, at this moment, it just means like a lot of more families will feel like they didn't get to have the choice that, back at the time when President Blakely, when you said, when kids were coming to district, you felt like people kind of could go to the school they wanted to in Mountain View. And I think a lot of families aspire to have that still be the case, that the school fits what they're aspiring for. And I think we can, over the long term, try to get our school district to, match that.
Well, at some point in the interim, we made the district has made the decision to do neighborhood schools. And so that, I think that was perhaps when you were on the board, I'm not sure. So that free enrollment, cross enrollment out went away. But I'm not interested in looking at them together, because I think together they probably do, that Stevenson and Mistral at least have the parity of the unduplicated students. I just brought that up, that, Mistral has a pretty low Asian population. But I think going back to what I said is like, what do the parents want? I mean, I'm not as concerned about that. I actually think I would lean a little bit more towards focusing on the unduplicated, but have the race piece be there. But I think the unduplicated piece really is a primary concern. Trustee Conley.
So, Trustee Wheeler's been waiting. Do you want to go?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
So,
sorry. I thought you were.
I said it earlier today, and I'll say it again. I have never heard us say that we want the choice schools to have the same demographics as the district. So when you talk about mirroring the district, that's not something I can wrap my head around.
Right.
So I'm interested, very much so. I'm interested in more low-income kids and families at Stevenson. That's my number one goal for this conversation. I also want to say, you talk about Mistral as a jewel in our district, and it's been pretty successful in its recruitment efforts in the last many years. But I worry that if we try to enforce the same mechanism on Mistral that we do on Stevenson, and just say these are choice schools, so this is what we're going to do, that you're going to depress the application pool at Mistral. So they've been losing English speaking parents for the last couple of years, and if you make it even harder for English speaking families to get in, you change that school a lot. So I think the value in that school is having, I know we don't have 50-50 anymore, but of population, but a substantial number of English speaking families at that school that helps keep the model going.
Trustee Berman, I think you had turned yours off, or were you?
No, I was
okay.
just turning it off so I didn't accidentally make noises over Trustee Wheeler.
Okay, so I'm
Waiting my turn patiently.
Go ahead, Trustee Conley. I apologize. I thought maybe.
So actually, Trustee Wheeler, I'm trying to pull up, I don't know that the English speaking applicants to Mistral has dropped over the years.
It used to be that it was close to 50-50.
I think
And
you're
then
using,
you actually
I
said
think
to
you're
us in that,
using race as a proxy for English speakers.
what?
I think you're using race as a proxy. The Hispanic Latino population has gone up, but the English language learner population has not changed.
No, so you misunderstood what I said.
Okay.
So what, I asked this question a couple meetings ago that, the model used to be, or, about 10 years ago or 15 years ago, that we tried to get 50% English speakers, 50% Spanish speakers. Then it was moved to 30, 30, 30, 33, 33.
Still 50.
This is historically true. And then a couple meetings ago, I asked, is this still the model? Is this still what is actually happening? And what you said is that in the last year or so, a number of English-speaking families left the school to go to other schools. So, and I think the figure that you gave us at that time was 17%. So there's like 17% in English-speaking families
No,
at Mistral now.
it's 18% white families,
Yeah.
but that does not mean only 18% English only families. The school site is pretty close to 50-50 English only students versus English language learners is my understanding. That's why I'm saying you're using race as a proxy. The school site is 69% Hispanic Latino,
Mhm.
but there are Hispanic and Latino families who have been here for many generations, and their children are not, they're not English language learners. And
Oh,
so
I
we've
understand.
seen an increase in some of those families applying to the school, but I didn't say English only 18%. It's white families are now only 18%.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
I-
I also want to say, to my main point of trying to keep Mistral as a thriving school, I worry that imposing the same kind of lottery preference or weights or something like that we're discussing for Stevenson, I worry about the impact on Mistral.
So I don't think it will have the same impact on Mistral that you're concerned about, but it sounds like your concern is that Mistral will lose some of the non-SED or English only families that it currently has. And if we run this theoretically forward, where we do something that keeps the sibling preference, but is trying to increase low-income student population at our choice school, and specifically Stevenson, but it's the same lottery, what you're going to have, to Trustee Chang's point about there's such demand from our affluent families in the district already for Stevenson, is I think more of those families will end up applying to Mistral if it gets harder to get into Stevenson. So it's kind of a two birds, one stone. Like, it's going to shift some of the application pool for Mistral, I think, just naturally. The other thing I wanted to say is, I think there's a difference for me when we use this language of mirroring or reflecting the districts. There's a difference for me between disadvantaged student populations and everyone else. So I am concerned about disadvantaged student populations not having access to the same choice and educational opportunities as their peers, or being self-segregated at Castro by themselves. And so I hate to say it, but like, our Asian families are really, they're proactive in the choice system right now. They're figuring out how to negotiate it. And most of them are affluent. That doesn't mean all Asian families, like, there are many different groups within the Asian and Pacific Islander indicators. So I'm not worried about trying to force an increase in Asian population at Mistral, because the majority of those students are not disadvantaged students. I'm worried about our disadvantaged students not having access to Stevenson, which is a different thing, if that makes sense.
Fair enough. Trustee Berman, you've been waiting.
Sure. I think the one point that I want to add in sort of thinking about our tiered system is yes, I'd like to prioritize our disadvantaged population, and I want to specifically focus on those students that live in the Castro boundaries. So if somehow we can, if we do a weight or a point, I think if that's the school, the community that you feed into, and that's the community your family resides in, that particular community is the ones that I feel like I'd like to see a little bit more of a priority given, and then followed by the students that are disadvantaged outside of that boundary.
And I have concerns about doing the geo-block piece because of, like you said, the potential gentrification impact if people start moving to that neighborhood because they want to take advantage of that. So I'd be more interested in just looking at purely the SED kinds of factors that you pulled up, the parent ed, the free and reduced, the other, obviously foster youth. Are foster youth, aren't they automatically on free and reduced lunch or no? Okay, so that's, yeah, so my preference would be looking at that. And I think, as it happens today, there's a larger segment of that population that lives around Castro. But, years ago, when I keep talking about back in the dark ages, when my kids went to school, the Slater neighborhood was not dissimilar. And, things will change and evolve. It could be parts of the town that are now somewhat more affluent, tumble with all the new development that's going on. Who knows? But that would be my preference, is not geo-blocking. Trustee Chang.
I'm trying to keep count of like how many trustees are like prepared to say like, oh, that like maybe right under sibling preference should be some form of socioeconomic disadvantage. And I'm hearing that like for like Trustee Connolly wants to and rightly wants to run some admission numbers. And I don't know if I'm thinking I don't know if we could crunch such admission numbers with last year's data, or if not, then we need to have this item come back, because
What I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. You said what numbers? What was the adjective?
So I'm trying to figure out is there a majority of us saying we want to have a new tier of some sort? And if we are, is it tiered or is it weighted? And then Trustee Connolly rightly said we should crunch a bunch of scenarios with the different systems to see what the outcome comes with it, which means that we need to have this item come back. And I don't know when that would be. I don't know when I guess I am saying I support Trustee Connolly in that let's have this item come back to us when the moment we have that data, so we can just play with the data and see what the outcome looks like with this year's numbers. And there's one thing that I think that something we all support is this idea that choice programs by their nature can segregate neighborhood schools, right? It's pulling families out. So on a strategic level, on the board level, we do need to come up with it's not even a band-aid, we need a priority preference is a forceful way to counteract the natural system of because choice schools have the same impact as charter schools, which is why some of our study documents are documents about charter schools. Because so I think in my mind, I respect that there's the majority here who would want to have that first. I think that it still would be very powerful if it was the first category, recognizing that even if it was the first category, if its siblings were second, I think all the siblings would still get in. I don't think it would negate that. But if the board's not there, if it was just second, so if you had siblings first, also noting that in Redwood City, they have many choice schools, and there's no sibling preference at all in Redwood City at all, and from an equity piece. So, and I am wanting to support the community and support my board. And I believe siblings are important because I also believe that socioeconomically disadvantaged families will not come if they can't keep their siblings together. So siblings make sense. But so at some point we just need to have this, I don't know if Dr. Rudolph, when that would be, that we can have this come back so that we can then formalize, let's get this disadvantaged category on the books.
It'll come back after we do the lottery. So we'll be able to run the numbers, and then we can bring back what we think is probably the best approach. I would, Trustee Will, I would disagree with you on the fact that the board isn't saying what they specifically want, because I do think that this board but a previous board has put y'all in a precarious position where you held, or we held, a charter school to a different standard than what we are holding our own choice schools. And so whether or not you attain the goal, the point is that stating that this is what you're trying to accomplish, because so that it's clear to the public, yes, we have an interest in parity at our choice schools to the overall demographics, puts you on a stronger foundation than just saying, we want to see one or two people or a couple people go there. And so it doesn't mean that that's necessarily going to be accomplished, but I do think it's important, not now, you don't have to do it now, but for you to understand what's the true impact, because as Director Henderson pointed out, the priority could do the exact opposite at some point, because it's only going to reinforce whatever it gets. The sibling priority, right or wrong, reinforces its current demographics. And so if you see a shift of, unduplicated students going to Stevenson because of a perceived advantage, then the policy, because of its inflexibility, reinforces that and contributes the same way that it does right now. And I'm not trying to say like the sibling priority is good or bad. I agree with you. Like I would want my kids to be at the exact same school as a parent, but the board as a policymaking group just needs to be aware that the decision you're making isn't about what happens next year, it's what happens 10 years from now. And the conversation about flexibility, I think there's flexibility in saying, how many times do we prioritize this, whether it's a quota or something else, before we start reopening it back up? And so you should be weighing in on that conversation. I think y'all have skirted around it in a very eloquent way, some more forceful than others, to say like, maybe this is what we want and maybe it isn't what you want. But at some point between now and June, you're going to have to become a little bit clearer about how the weighted or quota or tiered system is going to impact this particular school based off of the demographics. And I think for both Stevenson and Mistral, they need to understand, to what end am I trying to recruit students? Because you have, Claudia and Ryan are going to go out and they're going to do their best to reach out to populations that aren't there. But at the end of the year, I don't want them feeling like, well, I did all this outreach and I got one kid and I'm not meeting the desired goals of the board. And that's why I think it's important to at least identify, yes, we're trying to increase the at-risk population, fine. Or yes, we're trying to make it mirror. Like, you just have to get clear about those types of things to make it, to let staff know sort of how far we go.
I think Trustee Wheeler had her light on first and then Trustee Conley.
So I have a question, and I'm looking at, so this is page 11 of our handout, the tiered lottery that we currently have. And one group that we have not talked about today, and I have a question for you. I literally do not know the answer to this, Superintendent Rudolph. Children of salaried district employees. So how big of a deal is this to our salaried district employees? How important is it to our employees to keep them, high on the list or on the list, or what?
I think it's important. We have, I think, 6 or 7 staff members at Stevenson right now who kids attend there. And it just so happens that those also happen to be the students that you're trying to target, because, these families meet that criteria of trying to diversify. So there's a couple of Latino families that are either at the school either the parent works at the school or they work in a adjacent school that's within driving distance. And so even here in the district office, I think we have 2 or 3, they walk their kids right over to the school and then they walk back. And I know for a person like Ryan, you know, when he was at Darakoff, it was easy for him to walk his kids over to Darakoff with him. You know, and so I think those things matter to employees, but they also understand just by board policy that if they don't live within that zone, that, you know, they're not given a guarantee. And I think if you look at the difference between us and Bullis guaranteed, like that was one of the top priorities to make sure that employees, kids got into that particular school. But it's a charter school, and the likelihood of kids, you know, employees driving from further distances was a little bit greater compared to, you know, a neighborhood district where most of our teachers actually live. We just pulled this information. Most of them live within Santa Clara County. I think it's like 73%. So it's a little, and within that, there's a sizable number that live within Mountain View. So I think it's a little bit different, but I do think it's important for employees to be able to have an option to take their kids to either the school that they work out or the school that is closest by.
Because this is a little bit of legacy from when we had the open choice, allowing teachers in particular, but I mean, it could be bus drivers or other employees to bring their kids to our schools for commuting. And it wasn't necessarily just the choice programs.
Right. So, I mean, even the high school district has a reciprocal agreement for employees, right? So, and I think that's whether it's MVLA going to Los Altos or Mountain View Wisman, or for Los Altos and Mountain View Wisman going to MVLA schools, like that option, even if I don't live within the district, actually does make a difference. It does help with recruitment. And there are times when we lose people because of commutes. I mean, it's the exact same thing. We just don't have a high number of employees who are in this particular position, but we've also experienced a growth in, you know, employees getting pregnant this year and last year. So it's possible that it will have an impact at some point. And especially, I'll use Castro as a good example. I think there were 4 teachers at the beginning of the year when we did our visit that were actually pregnant. And so the enrollment priorities would have an implication on them to some degree, because it allows them to get in. There's an actual enrollment policy, I think, is you can go to the neighborhood school that's closest by. But for parents that are like at the choice schools, it makes a difference.
So it sounds like we're hovering around similar opinions, but so I'm going to ask you a specific opinion. If we all want disadvantaged students to be high, and we haven't said how high, if we want it to be high on a tiered lottery list, would you want teachers and staff to be above disadvantaged students or below disadvantaged students?
I think you want any student that is coming, my interpretation of this is that for kids that are currently in, you want to make sure their families are together. And then from there, I think you have a sort of a tiered sort of approach. And it seems to me that what you're saying is after we have current enrolled kids and their siblings together, the next criteria is finding a way to include students who are unduplicated, free and reduced lunch, or something else. And then after that, employees. And then after that, outside of the district.
Outside of the district?
Yeah, I mean, it's inter-district transfers is like number 10.
You mean
That was more legacy from when we were
districts, not new inter-districts.
Right. Well, I'm not going through 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, I'm just putting it at the very bottom. Number 10 does say inter-district transfer, so it would be a student outside the district.
So I would say no interdistrict transfers unless you are currently enrolled in this school. And I know that we have a history of, some clump of students, and I don't know how many are left at this point.
Just
Yeah.
one.
Okay, so I would say let that one kid finish up, but I wouldn't allow any inter-district transfer students into,
The beauty of both schools is that the wait list sort of prohibits, like we've never reached that point.
Yeah.
Even at its lowest, with
so I would
strong-
remove it.
Yeah.
I think some of this is legacy stuff from when we were revenue limit, and both of those programs attracted kids from out of district and we needed the money. Trustee Conley, you've been waiting an awfully long time.
I mean, I think I wanted to go back to some of the implications for Mistral of the changes in the lottery. So one thing that, when we talked about moving to a 50-50 model at Mistral, it was because Mistral was losing English language learners because parents were really concerned that their kids weren't getting reclassified. And if we look at the data now, we got up to, in 2018-19, 39.4% of the students were English language learners. And now we're down to 34.4% are English language learners at the school site. That's different than native Spanish speakers because there are native Spanish speakers who may have reclassified. And that's where my understanding is the school is pretty close to 50-50 in terms of half native Spanish speakers, half native English speakers. But we're seeing a downward trend in our English learners who are there. And so if our Principal Santiago and Principal Olasregui, Directora Olasregui, are they going to be trying to recruit the same kids? Some of our low-income English language learners who might be native Spanish speakers as well, and is that going to take some students away from Castro or from Mistral? I don't know, but I know that's a concern we heard from parents too in November.
I don't know if we'll be able, because the population we're actually targeting is kinders.
Yeah.
And so we may or may not have that particular information. And so, yes, it is possible. I mean, right now, they both go after the same kids.
Mhm.
The only difference is that we ask parents to make a choice between which school that they're choosing. So that there's an interest, right? And so even at the magnet school that I was at, you had to attend the information session even to make an application, right? So at least you had displayed some type of interest as a requirement to at least apply. So they are going to, because they both advertise at all of the elementary kinder nights or the rising kinder nights, and they both send out information for that. I think so if you're saying our goal is to have at-risk populations or to give at-risk populations an opportunity, I don't know if it's going to have as big of an impact at Mistral as it would at Stevenson, because Mistral naturally has attracted those populations. I think where you'll see the impact is actually at Stevenson. And in this year, it would have been like 6 kids or something like that, right? And I think that's just the difference in the natures of the program, but also, where the schools are nestled has an impact too, right? And so, and I'm not trying to toss out like why these decisions were made, and I know they were made years ago, right? But when Castro, when Stevenson, when it was a program, was removed from Castro, you automatically created a situation where the bulk of the population that you may have been trying, or that we're now trying to target, has now been effectively removed from the most logical location to get there, right? And so we now have a school over here that is a lot further, and this, the average cost of a house over here is like $1.8 million, whereas, in the Castro neighborhood, it is still a very high renter district, right? And so even though it's going through its own gentrification process, and there are a lot of places, like that's the natural target. And so you have to, that's why transportation, I think, may be key, but it may not be enough to do it. But I guess going back to your main point, I don't think that it's going to have as big of an impact, but it will influence staff to make sure that we are doing outreach to parents who fit that demographic by metrics that we can measure when they do registration. And maybe, you know, because right now you register and you make a decision almost instantly, yes, I'm going to apply. But it could be that staff then has to pull that list. And you know, I'm brainstorming right now, so just pardon this little spitball. But it could be that staff, instead of the lottery happen almost instantaneously after the close, it could be that there's one more effort that is made in between the lottery where staff says, here are a bunch of kids who fit this demographic or this profile. Let's do one more outreach to this group to see if they want to change the application process. Because oftentimes parents, you know, you do the registration, you make a choice, and you're only thinking about your immediate needs. I'm moving into this community, I'm doing this, this, and this. I'm not thinking about what's the implication of a choice school or this school that I've taken. And then once I get in and I start to learn more about the community, I'm like, oh, if I would have known, I probably would have made a different choice. But the way our system is that even at Mistral, it's cut off once you get past first grade or once you get out of kinder. And so, you know, by saying, yes, we need to target these populations, an approach that staff can take is say, we're going to delay the lottery by 1 week or 2 weeks, and we're going to do one more information session, and we're going to do outreach to these particular families, and we're going to make our best and open it back up for people to apply one more time to see if that will yield different results. There's a possible reaction that could occur that sort of it gets at the heart of this sort of problem that you're posing. But again, I think that's going to be more beneficial for Stevenson, which doesn't have a high representation, whereas Mistral, I think there's just a whole ecosystem that exists that families have bought into, that, you know, they know I'm keeping my, you know, for like, I'm keeping my heritage, I'm teaching my kid is learning a language so that they can converse with their grandparents or their relatives or anything else, and they're getting English. And so but I'm still in the Castro community, where Stevenson doesn't have that going because the community is just different. So I don't think it's as big of a concern to worry about at Mistral, and I think the impact's going to be greater at Stevenson.
Okay, so I think I love that idea of like a follow-up after the original enrollment applications to families who are maybe unduplicated, who did not apply for choice schools. I would be interested if we did do something like that, even if there was like a little bit of a survey that went into that phone call that was like, oh, well, why aren't you interested? And we could gather some data points. My guess is transportation, knowing people there, things like that. The other thing that this reminds me of, and I'm looking out the window over your shoulder, is that once upon a time, we talked about having part of our state-sponsored preschool over here at the old district portables. And we put that on hold when Bullis came into the picture, and we've never gone back to that. But that is another entry point for building community here. If we were to actually use that facility in some way for preschool, that state sponsored means it has it's free for many families. That might be another way to start to build up a community base that feeds into Stevenson.
Yeah, we have a meeting coming up to discuss that, and I do know that is in the Promise neighborhood is actually one of the approaches we use. We built a preschool right next door, and then we intentionally made sure that there was outreach and activities that took place at both sites, so that there was a comfort level. Because I think one of the challenges, sort of that undercurrent, is that there isn't as much comfort with Stevenson as there is with Castro and Mistral because of where the school is and their experience with it. And it's
So
not because of
Superintendent
intentional
Rudolph, You
activities.
just made a reference, and I know what you're referring to, but I think most people here and anybody listening doesn't understand the reference you just made. So when you said promise neighborhood, will you explain what you're talking about?
Sure. Under President Obama, during his first term, he created what we call promise neighborhoods. And so these were communities that sort of banded together to create opportunities to address a myriad of different types of things, right? And so there were 5 original promise neighborhoods that were based off of the Harlem Children's Zone in New York, which is 100 square miles. And so of the 5, Buffalo, which is where I worked, was one of them. And our goal was to create a cradle to career pipeline. And so the Promise neighborhood had grants from Department of Justice, it had grants from Department of Education, HUD, HHS. And so there were a lot of different activities that we would do, from buying houses and selling them at cost, to employing elderly citizens to make sure that kids got to and from school, to building an early childhood education center, to even giving books out when kids were born. And the idea here was like the only way to tackle is one of the poorest zip codes in New York State. So the only way to tackle that was you have to create this big pipeline. And so for us, we realized that early childhood education was a critical component to changing a conversation at a school where 7% of the kids, when I got there, 7% of the kids were reading on grade level. And so the way we did it was we built a preschool, and then we basically integrated the preschool, everything from child nutrition and what was fed, because we actually had Ralph Lauren's chef that worked for us at the time, to make sure that they got excellent food, to just, different types of, the kids would walk over to do Christmas activities and everything else and use the auditorium. And the idea was the more exposure you give to a kid to all of these opportunities, the more likely they are to go to college and go into careers. And so we're partnering with University of Buffalo, which is right down the street, and there was 3 different schools. And so that idea is where, sort of was some of the thinking. I know the board has an interest in it also, but there's also some of the thinking like, how do you create more preschools? And so when Trustee Conley said, you have an opportunity here, yes, it is an opportunity that could be capitalized, where you can target and do things to sort of get parents interested in that type of approach. The same way that you have a preschool sitting over at Castro Mistral that only reinforces like, this will be your neighborhood school, and to be a part of that.
So speaking of neighborhood schools, I just want to make one comment about something you said in terms of going back for a second cut after enrollment. And I worry about the unintended consequence of poaching kids away from Castro, which already has seen a lot of declining enrollment. And so I think we just need to be very cognizant. And I am interested in the approach that we're talking about of increasing diversity based on SED or whatever metrics we look at. But I want to not bend over backwards too far either. I think we also have to focus on making the school environment more inclusive so that people want to apply to it in the first place. And I don't want to leach families away from Castro either. So I think we need to keep an eye on that. Trustee Chang, you'd had your light on then, and Trustee Berman has hers.
Just a question for Dr. Ridolph on, is there any, the last time we talked about this topic, there was a lot of interest and discussion about the issue of transportation and after-school care, and that until those things are provided, even the change in enrollment policy may not reach an outcome if people don't have extended day or means to get to Stevenson. Has there been any further kind of exploration on the staff side on possibilities for expanded after-school care and choice programs and transportation to here?
So after school programs, I think this is a larger conversation. As I said earlier, I think the board could put itself in sort of a perilous situation where you're advocating for after school to be paid for at certain schools, and then you have other schools where parents are saying we don't have that particular option, even though they have unduplicated students there. But it's something that we plan on bringing back. For transportation, I think this conversation is really hinged on what the students that we're trying to attract. And so I was mentioning to Megan that, creating a sort of a quick survey to figure out why parents are applying or not applying as they're doing enrollment so that we have that data may also help. Because I think we're making some assumptions, but if you were to look at Stevenson's current demographics, most of those students are actually coming from the neighborhood and they're not coming from Castro. And because that's the case, transportation only seems to reinforce the neighborhood aspect of it. But I think if we can figure out by teasing out why parents are choosing to apply or not apply, I think we will be able to find out whether or not transportation is actually something that's is a hindrance and be able to address that. And then that's just a budgetary item, right? Because we already run buses for the most part, but it's just a matter of it's similar to what we did at Montaloma a couple years ago. We just made the decision, here's what the cost of it will be. And then transportation just adjusts its busing schedule in order to do it. And I think the board, in this case, because of the way that our busing system is, so Montaloma is truly a free program, whereas everyone else sort of, unless you meet certain criteria, has to pay for a bus pass. So the board would just need to make a decision about whether or not you want a bus pass or if you want students, unduplicated students to be able to be transported to both choice schools. And I think that is something that impacts both schools, because it's possible that some parents choose not to go to Mistral because of its location and because of the lack of after school and transportation. And by at least offering transportation, you may be able to change the tide for both schools.
Trustee Berman, and then after this, I'd love to try to make sure you have what you need because we're getting close to 2:00. So,
And I have one more thing after Trustee Berman.
So Dr. Rudolph, you reminded me about when you enroll for schools, you have the option to choose one of our choice programs. And I'm wondering what thoughts you have on, for trying to reach this target demographic and giving them the choice of these two opportunities. What if that target demographic wasn't limited to one choice? What if they could sort of say, if they wanted to choose one of the options besides their neighborhood school, if they were interested in both programs, if that particular demographic was given the opportunity to say, Stevenson is my first choice and Mistral would be my second, and then, and so not limiting that group to that one school. Do you have a sense of what would happen?
I think from a policy standpoint, it's definitely a possibility. I think my experience, and again, I've worked in choice schools, right? So I'm not trying to argue. And when I was hired, I think one of the reasons for the two board members who were there is that I have experience in a charter school, in addition to a traditional public schools, right? So I have outside of private schools, I've worked in some type of capacity at each one of those sites. My only fear about opening that up is I think it encourages flight more than it encourages interest. And I think parents so when we were in a charter school in Buffalo, parents who chose a charter school were choosing they were choosing to apply to multiple charter schools, but not because they were interested in any of the programs, but more because they were just trying to escape their current environment. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but in our community, for Castro parents, but for the parents that were trying to escape Theracov, it was a very intentional strategy that in order to avoid Therapov, I will apply to both Castro, I will apply to Mistral and Stevenson in an effort to not go to Therapov. And if I can't get into either one of those, then I will go to a private school. And I think that did occur on a regular basis. It is possible that that for students who meet certain criteria, that you could say, because I think it appears the majority of the interest is to make sure that students who are from an unduplicated at risk, whatever the terminology you want to use, has the opportunity to go into a choice school, then it may be possible, and maybe at that second look, to possibly open the door. And that could have an impact because because that's the target population that we're trying to get. And what we're arguing is that not that the neighborhood schools are inferior, but that and I think this is what bears out in the research too. When you allow a parent to have choice, and this is one of the attractions of charter schools and magnet schools, that that choice has other impacts on parental involvement that is an important factor in student achievement. And by allowing parents choice, who are typically disenfranchised and who typically do not have the advantages of our more affluent parents, like they don't have the advantages that Eli has. Those parents, when given the opportunity to engage in choice, will be more vested in the outcomes of their kid and will work harder to assure the success of their kid. And it seems to me that that's where the board is leaning, that if we can give parents who are traditionally disenfranchised more choice, we should see better outcomes for EL students or SED students or at-risk kids. And I do think that that is a valuable approach, because I think that gets at the heart of what this board is concerned about, which are outcomes for kids who just don't have every advantage that Eli would have.
So one thing I would like us to not forget or to pay attention to, or you, Director Henderson, you showed us results of a survey a couple months ago, and saying reasons why parents don't apply there to Stevenson are: one, there's a perception that they have to pay money to go there, and that they have to help in the classroom on a regular basis. So I think it's important, in whatever outreach and education, maybe years and years of it, that we need to help parents understand that you don't have to pay money to go there. And if they want to participate, there are various ways to do it. Because I'll tell you, even today, and you saw this in the survey, parents don't believe it. They don't believe that they don't have to pay, and they don't believe that they don't have to work in the classroom, during the day, once a week. So, we need to do that, education piece.
Okay, so I think we've all agreed that we want to find ways, whether it be through enrollment priorities or adding a tier or somehow or another, to increase the attractiveness of Stevenson in particular, but increase the unduplicated students' families' ability to enroll in the choice programs. Are there other takeaways or more specific direction that you are looking to us for?
No, so I think our next step is to take, so we'll create a survey to sort of see why people, rising kinder parents are applying or not applying. And then once we have the numbers, we will run a couple of scenarios to see if it gets at the heart of what you're looking for, right? It balances sibling priority, which is still there, with the need to get disadvantaged students an opportunity to get in. And so what we'll come back with is a weighted, a tiered, or quota or something sort of get you closer to that and try to, figure out what the long term, I don't know if we can figure out what the long-term impact of it is, but we at least will know, like, hey, we got 6 more families. And then if you could look at what the family dynamic is, it's possible that 3 more of those kids will get in or 2 more. And so that will, because of the sibling, it will sort of perpetuate itself, but it's not something that swings it so violently the other way that the demographics of a school change overnight. And then what that will for the board to do is to say, I really like this approach. Could we add this? Maybe do this. Could we remove this? And then by the end of June, we'll come back with a more concrete sort of approach that you can say, this is exactly what we're trying to do. And then it will be implemented the next year so that it goes into effect a year from now. In the meantime, we also will come back with, here are some conversations, here are the other things that were identified in the root cause analysis, and here are some solutions for those particular things. For instance, I know everybody likes to call Stevenson packed, and oftentimes people get upset with me when I say it's not packed, it's Stevenson Elementary. But the mere mention of parent participation only reinforces the one thing that you're saying could possibly be an impediment because it's no longer a program. But that also means, as you pointed out earlier when you watched the video of Trustee Wheeler, the video isn't really clear and it's full of code words that are naturally discouraging families from attending because they don't know, oh, we're doing social emotional learning, or oh, we're doing, this or project-based learning and all these other types of things. And while it appeals to a certain demographic, may not appeal to everyone. And so we'll come back with concrete recommendations of, we need to redo a video for both choice schools. We need to do this, 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 and this. And then again, the board can weigh in and say, have you considered these following things under those particular items that have been identified that will help to change the demographics that can be implemented? And so some of those can be implemented faster than others, but that's sort of how we're envisioning addressing all of these items that have been brought up earlier. And each one has a different component. So for instance, how Stevenson and Mistral are marketed or more school conversations. And that is definitely an area where you want to invest the principals in the community. But transportation is about transportation, and it's a different subset of individuals, right? So we may do a focus group to see what the barriers are, but really you're talking to Director Perrone about what do we need in order to get it done. And if he's like, we need another bus and another bus driver, then we bring that fiscal impact back to the board and we say, here's how we do it. So that's sort of the next 6-month process that will get us to the finish line.
Sounds good. Trustees, are you in agreement? Great. Well, thank you very much, both Ms. Henderson and Dr. Rudolph. We really appreciate your spending 5 hours on a Saturday with us. And at 1:58 p.m., the meeting of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees is adjourned.